By the late 19th century, colonialism had swept across the globe, and nearly the entire African continent was carved up by the blades of European powers. Yet on the sun-scorched, lust-covered highlands of East Africa, a stunning reversal took place that still fills the Western world with shame and disbelief. A well-disciplined European expeditionary force armed with modern artillery was utterly routed in the mountains of Adwa by local warriors wielding ancient spears. Western historians tend to credit this miracle to Emperor Menelik II's wisdom, or to the divine protection bestowed upon this land by age-old faiths. But time and again, they choose to stay silent in their records about the woman who truly stood in the shadows. With an invisible intelligence network and exquisite diplomatic psychological tactics, she outwitted the entire cohort of European strategists. Her name was Queen Teta Batul. Tonight, let the gentle glow of the hearth fire accompany us as we journey through her life. See how, at the desperate hour when everyone else prepared to surrender, she tore up the humiliating treaty with her own delicate hands. And discover how, behind the dust-choked battlefields, she laid the deadliest traps, cruel yet tender in equal measure. The crack in fate began with a diplomatic treaty written in 2 languages. In the autumn of 1889, blind optimism filled Ethiopia's new imperial palace. The young Emperor Menelik II had just put his signature to the Treaty of Wuchal. Written in Amharic, the document was no more than an ordinary friendship and trade agreement. The emperor believed he had traded trivial commercial privileges for Italy's promise of peace. Hidden in an obscure phrase at the very end of Article 17 in the Italian version, however, Ethiopia was covertly designated an Italian protectorate. When the truth of the treaty was secretly brought back to the palace, an eerie hush and panic fell over all the male courtiers. They exchanged uneasy glances in the flickering candlelight. Some urged the court to endure the injustice, while others suggested ceding more land in the north to seek compromise. Even the emperor's eyes wavered with hesitation. At this moment, when all men weighed the odds and bowed to fate, Queen Teta Batul, who had been sitting behind heavy silk curtains, slowly drew them aside. For the first time at the heart of imperial power, her square, serene and awe-inspiring face came into view. She did not weep or beg like other women of the court. Instead, her low, restrained voice broke the silence of the inner chambers. She looked at the generals and ministers who usually spoke with great eloquence, and said firmly, "What are you afraid of? Is the pain of losing your head harder to bear than living under the yoke of servitude?" She stepped forward, and the hands that once plucked musical strings now moved with irresistible resolve. She snatched the sealed copy of the treaty, tore it to shreds before everyone's eyes, and let the fragments fall onto the dust that symbolized submission. Her action left no room for the surrender faction to retreat. It also made the colonial authorities in Rome realize that the true backbone of this ancient empire was not the mild-mannered emperor, but the queen whose gaze was as cold as the highland ice. Queen Teta Batul was never a reckless woman driven by blind rage. Beneath her fortitude lay a perceptive mind keenly attuned to human nature. She knew well that though her country was vast, warlords ruled separate regions, each with their own ambitions, making it impossible to unite into a force strong enough to stand against a modern army. Worse still, Italy kept shipping the latest rifles and cannons across the Mediterranean, while Ethiopia did not even have a single workshop capable of manufacturing bullets. Faced with this enormous disparity, Queen Teta Batul became a patient spider of the night, weaving a web of intelligence and psychological tactics that stretched across the entire highland. Drawing on her extensive marital ties among noble families forged in her younger years, she built a network of secret messengers who answered to no one but herself. She began writing to regional lords who held military power on the borders yet harbored doubts about the central court, tailoring each letter carefully to suit every recipient's temperament. To the unruly Ras Mangasha, she did not assert royal authority over him. Instead, she spoke with the warmth of a mother and elder sister, stirring the pride rooted in his ancient warrior lineage. For the greedy lords, she laid out the harsh truth: if the Italians seized their lands, they would lose their territories, servants, and ancestral tombs forever. The delicate sensibilities of a woman and the ruthless tactics of a statesman blended perfectly within Queen Tete Batul. She framed the war as a sacred struggle to defend ancestors, faith, and every field of wheat. Over months of correspondence, warlords who had long fought one another set aside their hatred beside campfires deep in the night and marched toward the capital in silence. To the outside world, the Ethiopian court still appeared chaotic and weak, a deliberate illusion crafted by Queen Tete Batul to deceive the enemy. The shadow of war finally descended upon this ancient highland in the winter of 1895. Led by General Oreste Baratieri, the Italian Expeditionary Army crossed the northern border. Filled with the arrogance of European civilization, the Italian soldiers viewed this as nothing more than a simple hunt for savages. Little did they know that every move they made was being closely watched by Queen Tete Batul. To everyone's astonishment, she refused to stay safe in the palace at the rear. Dressed in plain linen travel robes and mounted on a horse, she led a special support team of maids, cooks, and monks to the front lines. Along the arid, wind-swept mountain paths of Entoto, the queen, who had long lived a life of luxury, walked side by side with ordinary soldiers and servants, treading the hard ground of the highlands step by step. The harsh frontier sun weathered her dignified face, yet her eyes grew brighter amid the thin mountain air. She came not merely to lift morale, but to take charge of the overall campaign. During the march, Queen Tete Batul demonstrated extraordinary talent for logistics. She organized tens of thousands of women accompanying the army into an efficient lifeline. Late into the night, they ground grain quietly. In the mist of early morning, they baked countless hard-bread loaves strong enough to sustain soldiers through a full day's fighting. On the fringes of the battlefield shrouded in smoke, they tended to the wounded with herbs and well water. More importantly, the Queen enforced a strict code within the army. Any general who spread words of surrender or feared European artillery would be summoned to her tent after dark. No one knew what transpired inside, yet every man who stepped out carried a quiet, unshakable will to fight to the last. After enduring the hardships of the long march, this once loose and backward tribal army gradually forged itself into a cold, solid steel block, gathering strength silently in the darkness under the Queen's watchful gaze. The two armies fell into a prolonged and brutal standoff among the mountains of Adwa. The turning point of the war took place at the fortress of Mekelle. A crack elite unit of Italian troops held fast inside the stronghold. Equipped with Maxim machine guns and ample ammunition, they repelled wave after wave of Ethiopian assaults from behind sturdy stone walls, turning the battlefield into a pool of blood. Countless highland warriors fell in volleys of gunfire. Regional lords grew hesitant, and even Emperor Menelik II, overwhelmed by heavy casualties, prepared to order a retreat and take a detour. At this critical crossroads of fate, Queen Tete Batul climbed alone to a high ground overlooking the entire fortress. Strong winds whipped her dust-streaked, blood-spattered white robe. She raised a spyglass and stared intently at the seemingly impregnable stronghold. There was no panic over tactical defeat in her eyes, only a calm, almost clinical observation. She noticed that under the scorching sun, the Italian soldiers on the fortress walls licked their lips repeatedly every few hours, and the water buckets in the sunlight looked increasingly empty. The Queen turned around at once and stopped the Emperor's retreat order. Her voice was firm and devoid of emotion. Do not send more men to face their bullets. This fortress is a tomb without water. We need only cut off their source of life. On a rough sketch, she pinpointed the fortress's only lifeline, a natural spring hidden deep in the valley. Following her personal deployment, a suicide squad handpicked from local hunters slipped into the valley under the cover of night. They blocked the spring completely with boulders, toxic weeds, and dead livestock. What followed over the next 15 days and nights became one of the quietest yet cruelest psychological battles in history. The queen ordered a full halt to attacks, and had monks strike hollow, low-toned wooden fish and stone drums around the fortress day and night. The monotonous drumming, echoing through the throbbing thirst, shattered the Italian soldiers' sanity. When the Italian commander finally surrendered in despair, his men had cracked and bleeding lips, too weak to lift their guns. This victory, won without direct combat, completely shifted the psychological balance between the two sides. It also drove the main force of the Italian Expeditionary Army toward the decisive Battle of Adwa. Dawn broke on March 1, 1896, and thick, chilly morning mist enveloped the mountains of Adwa. Fueled by anger and arrogance, Italian commander Baratieri ordered a full-scale offensive. He was convinced that the African tribesmen would flee in terror at the sight of overwhelming modern artillery. But as the Italian troops marched deep into the narrow valley, they were met not with fleeing soldiers, but with endless surges of warriors emerging from the mist all around, as if they were one with this land. Queen Tete Batul did not stay in a carriage at the rear that day. Clad in a dark nun's robe that symbolized ancient faith and holding a cross-short sword representing her family honor, she rode her horse atop an isolated mound just a few hundred meters from the frontline gunfire. Whenever soldiers flinched backward amid the fierce bombardment, they would look up and see her standing motionless amid the smoke, like a statue carved from black marble. Her calm, restrained yet majestic gaze became the steadiest anchor on this blood-soaked battlefield, filling every retreating soldier with a shame greater than the fear of death. Following her command, her maids sang powerful Highland war songs that rose above the roar of Italian cannons. The ancient, desolate melodies reverberated through the valleys, endowing spears with the power of divinity. Cracks began to appear in the Italian defensive lines. When the queen swung her cross sword downward, elite Ethiopian cavalry ambushed on both mountain slopes charged down like shooting stars, splitting the Italian army into scattered groups. The arrogant colonizers became trapped prey. The thunder of artillery was eventually drowned out by desperate screams and the howling highland winds. The battle drew to an end at dusk. The Italian Expeditionary Army was nearly annihilated. Thousands of officers and soldiers were taken prisoner, and more than 200 modern cannons were left as trophies on the red soil. As the last bloody rays of the setting sun lit up the valley of Adwa, Emperor Menelik II rode toward the queen amid cheers to pay his highest respect. Yet Queen Tete Batul merely stared at the smoke and corpses covering the ground. No joy of victory crossed her square face, only profound tenderness, sorrow, and exhaustion. More than a century has passed, and the smoke of the Battle of Adwa has long been blown away by the relentless winds of the East African highlands. Defeated and humbled, the Italians signed an armistice, recognizing Ethiopia as a sovereign and independent state. In that dark era of colonial conquest, Ethiopia stood as a miraculous beacon, the only nation on the African continent that escaped colonization. When historians review this campaign time and again, they fix their attention on grand marching routes and weapon statistics. Queen Tete Batul's name gradually faded away, reduced to a vague mention of a woman tucked in the corners of history books. Yet folk ballads passed down around campfires on the highlands still sing her true story. It was this woman who drew back the silk curtains and upheld the nation's backbone when every man chose to kneel. What she left behind was not the ruins of Mekelle Fortress, nor the captured cannons as scrap metal, but a timeless wisdom of survival built upon dignity and wit. With a lifetime of forbearance, delicacy and fortitude, she proved to a world ruled by brute force that even in the most backward and darkest corners, an unyielding spirit could work miracles to rewrite fate. As the story comes to an end, the scorching sun and war smoke of the highlands must have faded gently from your mind, while the faint hearth fire still flickers softly in the night. The queen who once walked the mountain roads of Entoto in rough linen robes, her eyes shining bright as stars, has surely laid down her heavy crown and returned to pure peace beneath the highland stars. Tonight, you have walked this century-long journey of dignity alongside her, through hardships and unwavering resolve. Close your eyes. Let this soothing, composed narration ease all your weariness, and drift slowly into a tranquil dream free of war and turmoil, beneath a sky full of stars. May you have a peaceful night's sleep. If a ruler fought hundreds of battles throughout his life and remained undefeated amid the brutal clashes of the cold weapon era, he ought to be revered as a sacred figure by later generations. Yet amid the endless sands of ancient West Africa, the great founder of the Songhai Empire left behind an eerie and blood-stained enigma in historical records. His name was Sunny Ali. Tonight, let the soft glow of the hearth fire accompany us as we explore the story of his life. In the writings of Orthodox scholars, he was depicted as a desert demon who could summon wind and rain on the Niger River and curse his foes with ancient dark magic, a cruel tyrant who would order entire groups of scholars to be drowned in the river on a whim. But in the folk ballads sung by the Songhai people late at night, he was the son of the desert who freed them from bondage and carved out a vast golden territory for them with his scimitar and steed. This man knelt devoutly in grand mosques by day, yet whispered to ancient spirits in the lonely wilderness after dark. His death was bizarre and shrouded in mystery. He did not fall to an enemy's blade, nor pass away on a luxurious bed. Instead, on his way back after quelling a rebellion, he and his horse sank silently into the silt of a dry riverbed so shallow that it did not even reach the animal's hooves. With his pride of never having known defeat, along with those pagan legends that the world could never fully understand, he vanished forever into the night of West Africa. Fate never offered this young man a golden crown symbolizing glory at the very beginning. Instead, it bound him with invisible heavy chains. By the mid-15th century, the once mighty Mali Empire was already on the decline, yet it remained an unshakable colossus to the small Songhai people. To ensure the absolute submission of the Songhai, Mali's army took their young prince away and imprisoned him as a hostage in the opulent yet cold imperial court of Timbuktu. That captive youth was none other than Sunny Ali. During his long years of confinement in Timbuktu, Sunny Ali endured an agonizing inner struggle every single day. On one hand, he was forced to receive rigorous and advanced Islamic education from scholars of North Africa, learning to study profound scriptures and laws as a man of culture. On the other hand, when night fell and the foreign scholars departed, the ancient animist beliefs inherited from his mother's lineage stirred restlessly in his veins. His mother came from the distant land of Fala, an ancient realm where witchcraft prevailed and people believed they could communicate with trees and rivers. Those ancient forbidden arts, deemed heretical and evil in the court of Timbuktu, became his only spiritual sustenance and shield during countless sleepless nights under surveillance. He pretended to obey the Mali rulers with icy composure, but every time he gazed toward the Niger River, his homeland, his eyes grew sharper, like a lone wolf sharpening its fangs in the dark. He knew well that in this false civilization built on gold and lies, true virtue was never the key to survival, only overwhelming power that could shatter all established order. When internal strife tore the Mali Empire apart and left an irreparable rift, Sunny Ali slit his jailer's throat on a moonless stormy night. Mounting a stolen horse, he charged fearlessly into the raging sandstorm. Upon his return to Gao, his hometown, Sunny Ali was not greeted with blind cheers from his people. What awaited him was a dilapidated land, on the verge of being torn apart by neighboring nomadic tribes. At that time, fierce Tuareg raiders plundered Songhai villages day and night, seizing grain and enslaving locals. Faced with the despair and numbness that engulfed the entire nation, the newly enthroned Sunny Ali made a radical decision that defied all traditional military strategies of his time. Instead of building tall defensive walls, he conscripted all able-bodied Songhai men into a full-time army on an unprecedented scale. He assembled a fleet of thousands of war canoes to command the Niger River, and formed a swift cavalry armed with fine steel scimitars. In the years that followed, this army operated like a relentless war machine across the West African highlands, with Sunny Ali as its sole soul. His style of warfare knew no grace or courtesy, defined only by extreme speed, ruthlessness and surprise. While the Tuareg feasted on wine in their desert camps, Sunny Ali's cavalry would emerge like phantoms from sandstorms, striking with cold blades in the darkest hours before dawn. He never stayed in one place for more than a few months. He was either launching an attack or marching toward the next battlefield. Such grueling marches, pushing human endurance to the limit, filled his enemies with deep-seated dread. A terrifying rumor spread across West Africa: Sunny Ali of Songhai was no mortal man. He mastered ancient sand magic, capable of tucking tens of thousands of soldiers into a magical pouch and deploying them instantly thousands of miles away. Upon hearing these fearful tales, Sunny Ali let out a low, hoarse, and cold laugh beside the campfire at night. He understood human weakness all too well. Far from clarifying the rumors, he began to wear elaborate feathered robes of traditional shamans during marches, letting fear spread like a plague through enemy camps. When Sunny Ali's warhorses finally trampled down the grand gates of Timbuktu, the city that had once held him captive, he reached the pinnacle of his power, and also faced a brutal ideological clash with the intellectual elite of his era. Timbuktu was not only a city of gold, but a sacred hub for Islamic scholars across West and North Africa, home to thousands of respected judges, academics, and wealthy merchants. These intellectuals, accustomed to judging desert tribesmen with elegant scriptures and arrogant airs, initially believed the undefeated monarch would follow the example of Mali's former emperors, coming with chests of gold to beg for their praise and political legitimacy. Sunny Ali shattered their expectations in the bloodiest way possible. In his cold political logic, these scholars were no saints, but parasites hiding in their ivory towers, draining the lifeblood of Songhai with foreign faith and tedious rituals. Worse still, he discovered they maintained secret correspondence with remnants of the Mali Empire and Moroccan merchants from North Africa, plotting to destroy his fledgling empire through intrigue. On the third night after the city fell, Timbuktu descended into a nightmare for the learned. Seated on a simple throne carved from ivory and ebony, Sunny Ali calmly issued the order to purge his foes. Numerous esteemed scholars and judges were dragged roughly out of libraries filled with parchment scrolls. Beneath the bleak moonlight along the banks of the Niger River, Songhai soldiers cast them into the icy waters. The river swallowed their cries for help, along with precious manuscripts recording ancient knowledge. The few scholars who escaped fled deep into the desert, cursing Sunny Ali with vicious words along the way. In their writings, they portrayed him as a godless fiend who fed on human blood. Standing amid ruins and bloodshed, gazing at the empty mosques, Sunny Ali was consumed by overwhelming loneliness and madness. He knew he had ended an old era, yet he had also exiled himself to the opposite side of civilization, walking alone into an endless darkness with no predecessors to follow and no successors behind. The bloody purge in Timbuktu laid bare the deep religious divide hidden beneath the prosperity of the Songhai Empire. Though Sunny Ali continued to attend public prayers, and even married several devout noblewomen of Islamic faith for political gain, his obsession and reliance on traditional indigenous witchcraft grew increasingly morbid with age and the mental toll of endless wars. A strange power dynamic took root across the vast territory of his empire. During court sessions by day, Sunny Ali listened to rational reports on taxation and laws from his Islamic ministers. Yet in his private chambers late at night, his companions were ancient shamans summoned secretly from the forests of Fala, their bodies daubed with white bone powder. He suffered from recurring nightmares, haunted by the ghosts of the scholars drowned in the Niger River, their forms twisted with fish scales, tapping at his bed curtains on windless nights. To ease his crippling anxiety, he ordered shamans to perform bloody pagan rituals for his warhorses and scimitars before every decisive battle. His once loyal Muslim generals watched these surreal scenes, their initial fear gradually turning into profound disappointment and cold detachment. What offended them most was Sunny Ali's blatant disrespect and desecration of religious traditions. During a long-distance march in the sweltering month of Ramadan, countless soldiers collapsed from severe dehydration. Even so, the generals insisted on halting the march to observe complicated prayers before sunset. Enraged, Sunny Ali hacked apart the supporting poles of a makeshift prayer tent with his scimitar. He shouted at the generals kneeling on the sand, "If your God can protect you from enemy blades, then stay on your knees. But my army marches on." The rift between him and the empire's highest-ranking officials became irreparable. That night, Askia Muhammad, his most trusted chief general, polished his armor in silence. The fire in his eyes faded, replaced by a cold resolve to betray his ruler and seek redemption. In the late autumn of 1492, a severe and prolonged drought swept over the West African highlands. Tributaries of the Niger River dried up in large numbers, revealing jagged red soil and cracked riverbeds. Sunny Ali had just won another grueling campaign to suppress a rebellion in the south, once more defending his unbroken record of victory. Yet during the march back to the capital, the aging monarch, scarred by decades of battle and poisoned by occult potions, looked unusually worn and frail. He often rode his loyal black warhorse, scarred just like himself after more than a decade of service, far ahead of the main army, leaving all his generals and guards behind in lonely shadow. One afternoon, the sky turned an eerie blood red. Fine sand drifted motionless in the air, creating an oppressive hush that was hard to bear. The army reached a small tributary of the Niger called Koni. Reduced by the drought to a shallow stream of muddy silt, it barely covered a horse's hooves. Staring at the tranquil-looking waters, Sunny Ali let out a long, hollow and sorrowful sigh for no apparent reason. Ignoring the guards' pleas and refusing to wait for engineers to build a pontoon bridge, he reined in his horse sharply and rode alone into the murky silt. What happened next became the greatest unsolved mystery in the history of the Songhai Empire, a puzzle that scholars and physicians of later generations chose to avoid. The moment the warhorse stepped into the stream, it seemed trapped by an invisible ancient force. It struggled wildly, sinking deeper into the mud. Meanwhile, Sunny Ali, the brilliant commander who had reacted with astonishing agility amid countless bloody battles, froze like a wooden statue. He made no movement as the silt rose steadily, covering his saddle, his chest, and finally his stern, lonely and weary face. Generals and soldiers rushed over in terror from hundreds of meters away, but when they reached the bank, the stream had fallen silent once more. Only a golden royal helmet spun slowly on the muddy surface before sinking beneath the water. The undefeated founding emperor of West Africa met his end in this uncanny way, perishing in a dry riverbed too shallow to drown even a goat. His magnificent life, woven with magic and legend, came to a quiet close. The next morning after Sunny Ali sank into the silt, Askia Muhammad launched a bloodless palace coup. He removed Sunny Ali's young sons, who were still overwhelmed by grief, and claimed the supreme throne of the Songhai Empire. The new emperor established Islam as the empire's sole official religion, purged all traditional shamans from the court, and rewrote history to portray Sunny Ali as a villain tainted by devilry, heresy and dark magic. 100 years later, the mighty Songhai Empire, once witness to boundless glory and brutal bloodshed, crumbled completely under the gunfire of Moroccan troops, reduced to forgotten ruins scattered across the West African desert. Looking back on this grand chapter buried under sand for 5 centuries, people today cannot help but feel a deep sense of emptiness and melancholy. Whether Sunny Ali, torn between two faiths, praying to Allah by day and communing with spirits by night, was a true hero who safeguarded his nation with iron will in a barbaric age, or a tyrant consumed by power and sorcery, may no longer matter. What he truly left behind for this red land is a testament to the extreme complexity and loneliness of the human soul when crushed by the tides of time. As the story draws to an end, the swirling sands and mournful war drums of the West African desert must have faded from your mind. Only the faint hearth fire continues to burn gently and quietly in the night. The monarch who never tasted defeat and chose to rest alongside his horse in a peaceful riverbed has surely found the eternal peace he had spent a lifetime seeking, deep within the cold, dark silt of the Niger River. Tonight, you have journeyed through this magical and realistic epic spanning 5 centuries, walking alongside him through his lonely and weary days. Close your eyes. Let this soothing and composed narration calm all your restlessness, and drift slowly into a peaceful dream, free from power struggles and religious conflicts, beneath a desert sky filled with countless stars. May you have a peaceful night's sleep. To be stripped of his crown and robes by his most beloved and trusted son in his final years, then confined like a humble slave to a muddy islet swarming with mosquitoes and plagued by malaria, what heart-wrenching despair that must have been. Worse still, he had lost his sight entirely. Trapped in a pitch-dark world of mud and buzzing insects, he could no longer even gaze upon his son's face. Day after day, amid the damp rustle of wind, he waited for death to come. This frail old man lingering in darkness was Askia Muhammad I, Emperor of the Songhai Empire. Once his power shook the entire African continent, and his mountains of gold struck awe into nations across Europe and Asia. Tonight, let the gentle glow of the hearth fire accompany us as we walk through his life. In the bright pages of history, Askia Muhammad I stood as the peerless founding ruler of West Africa, who ushered in the Songhai Empire's golden age. Under his rule, the realm was said to be as safe as day itself. Yet in the shadowed corners of history, he was a cold politician who mastered intrigue and betrayal, willing to trade even his own soul for power. His life began with the utter betrayal of his former lord's descendants. He undertook an arduous pilgrimage to Mecca thousands of miles away, a journey mixed with self-redemption and political posturing. In the end, he fell into the same web of betrayal woven by his own flesh and blood. This perfectly symmetrical tragic fate is like a long, bitter sigh from destiny amid the endless sands of ancient Sudan. Now let the clamor of war and power fade away. Following the calm ripples of the Niger River, we behold a complicated figure who journeyed alone across the vast desert, only to be swallowed by darkness in the end. Askia Muhammad I was originally named Muhammad Ture. In the brutal power struggles of West Africa, he was no chosen one at first, but merely a loyal, reserved and exceptionally talented military general. He served Sunni Ali, founder of the Songhai Empire, the undefeated yet fearsome ruler shrouded in legends of sorcery. For years, Muhammad Ture was like an indispensable shadow by the old emperor's side. He cleaned the blood-stained scimitar and managed the increasingly complex state affairs of the vast empire. Sunni Ali conquered territories through brute force and traditional shamanism, yet left an irreconcilable religious rift within the empire. Commoners and soldiers gradually embraced Islam, while the old nobles clung fast to ancient animism. Muhammad Ture keenly perceived this fatal crack hidden beneath prosperity. Beneath his lean and refined features, ruthless political ambition grew wildly. He began to approach Muslim scholars and wealthy merchants in Gao and Timbuktu, people who had been humiliated and marginalized by the old emperor. With flawless pretense, he portrayed himself as the sole representative of foreign civilization and Islamic faith in West Africa. In 1492, Sunni Ali drowned mysteriously in a dry riverbed. His son Barrow ascended the throne and sought to carry on his father's radical pagan policies. Muhammad Ture knew the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Without hesitation or any thought of gratitude to his former lord, he raised the standard of rebellion in Gao, turning the very scimitar bestowed by Sunni Ali against the late emperor's bloodline. Armies of kin fought a brutal battle on the sand dunes outside Gao, dyed crimson by the sunset. Seated on his warhorse, Muhammad Ture wore a gaze as cold as frozen water. When Barrow fled in defeat, elderly Songhai women cried out in terror, uttering the word Askia, meaning usurper. Muhammad Ture merely smiled calmly, then decreed that this humiliating term would become the noble new title of his house, Askia. Having seized the throne through outright betrayal, Askia Muhammad I soon found himself trapped in an invisible cage of doubt and fear. Though he purged the pagan nobles left by the old ruler with harsh force and won over scholars in mosques with immense wealth, the ministers who bowed before him in court still regarded him as a regicide and usurper with cold eyes after dark. He needed a legitimacy greater than any blade, something sacred and overwhelming enough to silence all dissent. Thus the middle-aged emperor made a daring decision that astonished West Africa and even the Mediterranean world. He would make the pilgrimage to Mecca, taking half of the empire's wealth on an unprecedented political trek across the Sahara Desert. Early one morning in 1495, the gates of Gao swung open. A colossal caravan set off, consisting of thousands of elite infantry, 1,000 cavalry and countless camels, marching into the boundless Sahara. At the heart of the procession rode Askia Muhammad I on a white steed, dressed in simple yet fine seamless white pilgrimage robes. Behind him, camels carried 300,000 solid gold coins. The journey was harsh beyond measure. By day, the Sahara blazed like a furnace, its scorching sandstorms capable of draining the life from a man. By night, the desert turned bitterly cold, its icy wind piercing to the bone. Like ordinary soldiers, Askia Muhammad I walked across the endless sands day after day. Blisters covered his feet from the burning grit, and cracks crisscrossed his chapped lips, stained red with blood. When the army made camp beneath the starry sky at night, he would sit alone outside his tent, staring at the silent dunes and turning prayer beads in his hands amid the wind. Was he confessing his betrayal to the divine, or using this grueling physical trial to draft a grand political blueprint to bring the whole of West Africa into the realm of civilization? More than 1,000 days and nights passed. Countless soldiers and camels perished along the way, their remains becoming nameless bones scattered across the desert. Yet the trials of this long journey carved depth and coldness into Askia Muhammad's eyes, leaving them devoid of all emotion. When his enormous pilgrimage caravan finally reached the gates of Cairo and Mecca after traveling countless miles, the entire Islamic world was stunned by this golden emperor from a black African kingdom. Instead of squandering his wealth recklessly like a nouveau riche, he deployed the 300,000 gold coins with consummate political skill, targeting places that could shape public opinion most effectively. He purchased vast lands and mansions in Mecca, building permanent inns for pilgrims from West Africa. He opened granaries to feed tens of thousands of the starving, and presented chests of gold and jewels to renowned religious scholars and legal experts, earning their sincere praise for the Songhai Empire. In a luxurious marble palace in Cairo, Askia Muhammad I attained the highest honor he had schemed for all his life. The Abbasid Caliph received him personally. During a solemn ceremony, the Caliph placed a sacred black turban upon his head, formally investing him as the Caliph of the Sudan and all West Africa. No longer just a black usurper who had seized power through coup, he was now acknowledged as the divinely sanctioned and unshakable ruler of West Africa. Clad in this unassailable cloak woven from gold and supreme religious authority, Askia Muhammad I returned triumphantly to Gao in 1497. Upon arriving at the capital, he sat upon a newly built, exquisitely decorated Islamic-style throne. He watched the old nobles, who had once questioned him in secret, tremble with terror and kneel to kiss the earth at his feet before the Caliph's imperial edict. No trace of triumph showed on his lean face, only profound restraint and an overwhelming aura of majesty. He then launched a thorough reform of the Songhai Empire, establishing Africa's most rigorous centralized bureaucracy and standardizing weights and measures. He transformed Timbuktu into a world-famous academic center on par with Baghdad, where gold and manuscripts flowed side by side along the Niger River. Under his governance, the Songhai Empire reached an unprecedented peak of prosperity and order. Nevertheless, the suspicion rooted in his identity as a usurper grew like a poisonous weed watered by gold, setting him apart from everyone around him, even his own children, behind an icy barrier. In his later years, Askia Muhammad I descended into the desolate spiritual ruin that haunted all authoritarian rulers. As time wore on, his once robust body, which had endured the crossing of the Sahara, was ravaged by illnesses. Worst of all, years of exposure to intense desert sunlight left him with irreversible cataracts, plunging him into total darkness. Blind and adrift, the ruler of the Songhai Empire became a lonely old man confined within his vast palace, governing solely by sound. He listened to the rustle of leaves outside the hall and the deliberately lowered, deceitful reports of his ministers. Fear and suspicion swelled infinitely in the darkness. Fearing that the betrayal he had inflicted on his former lord would be repeated against himself, he clung tightly to all core power with his withered, trembling hands, refusing to share authority with any of his grown and equally ambitious sons. He had dozens of sons, raised amid royal luxury. Running through their veins was the same cold nature and hunger for power that defined the Askia family. Watching their blind father, who could no longer even walk unaided, they felt no filial piety or compassion. Like vultures circling a dying lion on a dry riverbed, they stared greedily at the golden crown that might fall at any moment. The eldest son, Musa, burned with the greatest ambition and little patience. He secretly studied his father's every move, winning over young officers and regional governors who felt stifled under Askia's harsh rule, using the very same tactics his father had employed to overthrow Sunni Ali. On countless moonless nights, the imperial princes whispered plots in mansions on the outskirts of Gao. Meanwhile, their blind father lay alone on his grand bed, tormented by endless insomnia and nightmares, listening to the unchanging ripples of the Niger River outside his window, which seemed to echo with mockery. Late one still night in 1528, not a breath of wind stirred over Gao. The air hung heavy with the quiet tension of conspiracy and bloodshed. Askia Muhammad I woke abruptly from his sickbed. Though he could see nothing, his ears, sharpened by blindness, caught the heavy, chaotic clatter of iron boots in the corridor outside, far louder than the usual footsteps of palace guards. Before he could call for his loyal attendants, the massive ebony-carved door of his bedchamber was kicked violently open. Soldiers armed with sharp scimitars surged inside. Leading them came footsteps that were heavy, familiar, and filled with the youthful vigor that broke the old man's heart. It was his eldest son, Musa. Without a single word, Musa stepped forward. His calloused hands roughly tore off the white silk robes symbolizing the caliph's supreme status, then snatched the golden crown, won after a journey of 10,000 miles, from the old man's bald head and placed it upon his own. The aged emperor stretched out his withered hands, trying to grasp his son's clothes, seeking to invoke paternal dignity and divine retribution to rebuke the rebel. But Musa only laughed coldly and gestured for his men to drag the helpless old man away like a corpse. Musa spared his father's life, fearing the religious sin of patricide. Yet he condemned the former ruler of West Africa to a fate crueler than death. At dawn, beneath a sky stained red by the sunset, Askia Muhammad I was forced into a rickety ox cart. Under the guard of cold soldiers, he was secretly transported to a remote marshy islet in the middle of the Niger River, outside the capital Gao. There stood no grand mosques, no fine manuscripts, no obedient ministers. Only a low hut casually built of mud and dry grass, on the verge of collapse. The land on the islet was perpetually damp and muddy. Every summer, swarms of insects carrying deadly malaria would descend like dark clouds. The once mighty Lord of Gold could only sit on the wet mud alone, letting bugs bite his spotted skin. Enveloped in endless darkness and silence, he finally understood the entire destiny written for him on that dawn outside Gao more than 30 years ago. Askia Muhammad I lingered on in agony for 10 long years on that desolate islet shrouded in mud, buzzing insects and utter loneliness. Throughout those dark days, he caught fragmented news from the outside world, hearing how his sons fought and killed one another for the throne he had left behind. The Songhai Empire, which he had lifted to glorious heights, was torn apart by the betrayal he had sown, sliding irreversibly into turmoil and ruin. On an extremely cold night in 1538, the 90-year-old man, worn to skin and bone by years of suffering in darkness, breathed his last amid the faint drifting sand. When his sons came to handle his remains, they could not even find a clean silk robe for his burial. They simply wrapped the former caliph of West Africa in a rough linen cloth stained with mud. His body was finally laid to rest deep inside the earthen pyramid mausoleum in Gao, which he had ordered to be built himself and now stood weathered by time. The tales of endless sands across ancient West Africa, 300,000 gold coins carried across the desert, and the somber tragedy of kin turning against kin have faded from your mind. The faint fire still burns gently and quietly in the night. The blind old emperor, who spent his life playing power games and finally found peace amid mud and insects, has long been cleansed of all bloodshed and weariness in his quiet earthen tomb. You have followed his long, lonely, and faded footsteps through a soul-stirring epic spanning half a century. Close your eyes, and let this soothing tone calm all your worries about gain and loss. Drift into a peaceful dream, where there is no betrayal or power struggle, and only countless stars spread across the West African desert. May you enjoy a sound sleep. If someone announced at the height of the Cold War that on a desolate African wilderness with no running water or power grids, he would beat the United States and the Soviet Union and be the first to send humans to Mars, you would probably take it as an absurd joke. Even more ridiculous was that his so-called space capsule was nothing but a rusty discarded oil drum. To train astronauts, he would put a 16-year-old girl inside the drum and push it hard down a slope, letting her tumble through dirt and struggle with violent nausea to experience what he called space weightlessness. Back then, nearly all major Western newspapers across the globe put his name on their most humorous pages. With condescending words, they mocked him as an ignorant madman and an international laughingstock who brought disgrace to the newly independent African nation. The elderly man who defied Earth's gravity with the crudest tools amid widespread scorn and ridicule was Edward Mukukun Colosso, the founder of Zambia's space program in the 1960s. Tonight, let the flickering fireplace keep you company as we explore his life through this story. Dry encyclopedic records label Edward Mukukun Colosso as an amateur science fiction enthusiast lacking basic scientific knowledge. His Afro Space Agency never managed to launch a single object off the ground. Yet if we set aside colonial arrogance and prejudice in the quiet of the night, and turn our eyes to Zambia's red land, newly liberated but trapped in poverty, we will realize there was no madman here at all. He was an intellectual who survived the brutal World War and witnessed the enslavement of his people. Amid the vast spiritual ruins of the post-colonial era, he nurtured a bloom of romanticism, lonely, surreal, and tender. His seemingly ridiculous persistence was a spiritual breakthrough. With empty oil drums and simple swings, he delivered a tragic yet dignified declaration of self-respect for people of African descent. Now let the thunder of the Cold War arms race fade away. Following the soft, cool breeze sweeping across the Zambian wilderness, we picture the aged figure shining a flashlight toward the starry sky all alone in the dark night. To understand what others deemed his senseless craziness, we need to rewind to October 1964, a month that sent tremors across the entire African continent. Zambia officially gained its independence. After decades of British colonial rule receded like a tide, the nation was left with great emptiness and confusion behind the celebrations. New national flags fluttered along the streets, and locals danced around bonfires all night long. Yet at that time, Zambia had fewer than 100 university graduates nationwide, and its industrial base was as fragile as a sheet of paper ready to tear. Edward Mukukun Colosso was in his prime then. He had a lean, angular face and a neat mustache, his eyes holding a complex blend of military restraint and literary melancholy. Conscripted into the British colonial army, he fought in World War II. Amid the muddy jungles of Southeast Asia, he watched the so-called civilization boasted by European colonial powers crumble under artillery fire. The advanced warplanes roaring overhead and heavy artillery capable of flattening cities filled him with awe, yet also left a deep wound of inferiority and grievance in his heart. He kept asking himself, why were such powers always held by white people? Why could his compatriots only toil deep in copper mines, trading their flesh and blood for meager coins? When the salute of independence rang out, Mukuka stood on the edge of the cheering crowd. Instead of gazing at the newly built government buildings, he looked up at the vast, profound African starry sky, a realm never truly occupied by colonizers. He came to see that political independence was only a beginning. If the newly born Zambia could not prove its presence to the world in spirit and cutting-edge technology, its independence would be nothing but an illusion. Without applying for government approval or receiving any funding, he set up a weathered wooden sign reading Zambia Academy of Science, Higher Education and Research on a desolate farm outside Lusaka. And so, his grand space program quietly began. If you drove past the wilderness outside Lusaka in the spring of 1965, you might have thought you had stumbled upon a bizarre Halloween stage. Beneath a towering solitary baobab tree stood Edward Mukuka Nkaloso. Dressed in a faded yet neatly pressed old British military uniform, he faced a group of young people with solemn dignity. These were Zambia's first generation of astronauts he had recruited, mostly landless wanderers and teenagers lost about their future. With an almost religious solemnity, Mukuka handed out clumsy space suits stitched from coarse burlap. In a deep, calm voice, he unfolded his ambitious blueprint of interstellar travel. Lacking real aerospace equipment, he turned to extraordinary yet heartbreaking imagination and resourcefulness. He bought several large empty oil drums from scrap yards, scrawling, Zambia D. Kalu, 1 rocket, on them with rough white paint. These became his only simulated spacecraft. To help trainees adapt to space conditions, he asked a 16-year-old girl named Matha to climb into one drum, then had young men push it down the dusty slope. Every time the drum hit a rock with a heavy thud, every time the girl screamed and vomited inside, Mukuka stood on the hilltop clutching his old notebook. There was no trace of amusement on his face, only profound and even ruthless concentration. He also built a tall swing with thick ropes and planks under the baobab tree, making the trainees swing violently to break free from the invisible pull of Earth's gravity. Under the scorching African sun, the wilderness echoed with the creak of wooden planks, the heavy panting of young people and the rumble of rolling oil drums. To Western journalists with cameras, this scene was nothing more than exotic farce and international ridicule. But for Mukuka, every crude action was a lonely struggle, a desperate effort to dig his way out of the spiritual cage of backwardness. Edward Mukuka Nkaloso was not a man cut off from the world. He knew exactly what his plan lacked, not just technology, but also global attention for his country. Thus the self-appointed head of the space agency embarked on a surreal journey of political outreach and fundraising. Using a borrowed worn typewriter, he wrote countless letters day after day to the United Nations, NASA and even Khrushchev of the Soviet Union. His words were sincere and proud. In those lengthy letters, he detailed his plans to send black astronauts to the moon. He also spoke to the United States and the Soviet Union as an equal, warning them not to carry out colonial expansion in space. Zambian astronauts, he declared, would stand watch as messengers of peace. To secure the 700 million British pounds needed for space exploration, he repeatedly marched dozens of kilometers in his signature military uniform, waiting silently outside foreign embassies in Zambia. Standing before grand marble buildings cooled by air conditioning, he looked like a stranger from another era, holding scrolls filled with bold ideas. He was met with cold rejections from guards and evasive, mocking glances from diplomats. Sometimes he would sit in shabby taverns in downtown Lusaka, buying cheap local beer to share with truck drivers and street vendors. He told them tales of strange long-eared creatures living on Mars. His tone was firm and gentle, and even those trapped in poverty and illness would catch a glimmer of dream in their eyes as they listened to stories of the stars. Yet the coldness of the outside world was heavier than he had imagined. Western media widely reported his story, but every word and photograph portrayed the newly independent African nation as foolish and immature. Sitting in his mud hut lit only by kerosene, Mukuka stared at newspapers carrying deliberately distorted photos of himself. He did not fly into a rage, but sank into long silence. His neat mustache trembled slightly in the shadows, as if he were bearing the immense loneliness imposed by his times all by himself. What awaits most idealists is rarely a dramatic downfall, but a slow, quiet decline into oblivion. By the late 1960s, when Apollo 11 set the first human footprint on the moon and the whole world celebrated this giant leap for mankind, Mukuka's African space program inevitably came to an end. His young trainees left first. The hunger and hardship of real life proved far more compelling than distant Mars. Matha, the 16-year-old girl who had tumbled inside oil drums countless times and held his high hopes, packed her simple belongings one night and left the farm with a passing truck driver. She chose to marry and live an ordinary life with enough food to eat, no longer needing to fight against gravity. Other young people departed one after another in the dead of night, leaving their burlap space suits to rot and tear in wind and sand. In the end, the farm that once bore grand slogans was left with only Edward Mukuka Nkoloso, together with several empty oil drums gradually rusting and overgrown with weeds across the wilderness. Mukuka was already advanced in years. His face grew gaunter, and years of exposure to wind and sand clouded his once clear eyes with weariness. The Zambian government began to see him as a liability to the national image, excluding him from official independence celebrations. He was no longer a focus for the media. The Western journalists who once came for novelty never returned, and the wilderness fell back into its age-old silence. Still, the stubborn old man refused to bow his proud head. On countless moonless nights, he put on his tattered military uniform and walked slowly to the great baobab tree. He sat on a half-rotted wooden swing, staying quiet in the darkness. Listening to insects chirping in the grass, he strained his dim eyes toward the twinkling night sky, as if waiting for a spaceship that would never land to take away this lonely wanderer lost on Earth. Edward Mukuka Nkoloso passed away peacefully on an ordinary morning in 1989, in a shabby small house provided by government relief. There were no flowers or medals beside his bed, only stacks of yellowed letters drafted to appeal to the United Nations, their handwriting blurred by time, and a flattened miniature rocket crudely cut from an aluminum can. Even after his death, people would still smile condescendingly when talking about him, referring to him as the Zambian madman who tried to reach the moon with oil drums, a bizarre anecdote for casual chat. But the gentlest side of history often reveals itself only to peaceful souls after all the commotion fades away. Do we truly have the right to mock Edward Mukuka Nkoloso? During the Cold War, when the United States and the Soviet Union pointed intercontinental missiles at each other and humanity faced the threat of nuclear destruction at any moment, this elderly man in poverty-stricken African land devoted his whole life to calling for peace and healing the national inferiority complex with dreams. Who, then, was the real mad one? He never lifted a single inch off the ground, yet with a lifetime of absurdity and solitude, he paved the most romantic imaginary road toward the stars for the weak and the forgotten across the post-colonial spiritual wasteland. The story has come to an end. The desolate red land outside Lusaka, the baobab tree swaying in the breeze, and the space dream fading away inside rusty oil drums have settled gently in your mind. Only the faint fire continues to burn softly and quietly through the night. The elderly man who gazed at the stars all his life and was misunderstood as a madman by the whole world has long broken free from Earth's heavy gravity, turning into a faint yet free star high up in the night sky. Tonight, you have walked through this romantic epic spanning half a century alongside his persistent, tragic journey. Close your eyes. Let this soothing narration calm all your worries about right and wrong, gain and loss. Drift slowly into a peaceful dream, free from colonial prejudice and poverty, where endless stars wrap the African wilderness in tender light. Wish you a sound sleep. Deep in the West African jungles at the end of the 18th century stood a terrifying royal palace that struck fear into every soul along the coastline. Its earthen walls were not plastered with ordinary mortar. Instead, during major sacrificial ceremonies, they were repainted with mud mixed with the blood of hundreds of prisoners of war and enslaved people, leaving a lingering stench of blood that never faded. Ruling this fearsome place was the Kingdom of Dahomey, a formidable war machine that profited from selling its own people to European slave traders for flintlock muskets, and upheld its theocratic rule through large-scale human sacrifices. Yet within this realm permeated by the aura of slaughter, sat a monarch upon an obsidian throne. Late at night, he would weep quietly and sorrowfully before the Bible and cross brought by European missionaries. This tragic ruler, who strove single-handedly to curb his empire's bloodthirsty instincts only to be torn apart in the end, was King Agonglo of Dahomey. Tonight, let the flickering firelight keep us company, as we follow this story and explore the true journey of his life. In people's superficial understanding of West African history, this land is often associated with primitive savagery and ruthless slave traders, and the name of King Agonglo has long been overshadowed by tyrants of his era. But if we peer through the mist of time and lay a hand on the rough red walls of the Abomey Palace, we can hear the desperate heartbeat of a clear-minded man living in a mad age. King Agonglo was no coward. A reformer with a dignified appearance and eyes filled with boundless compassion, he saw clearly that the slave trade was draining the future of his homeland, and grew weary of the rivers of blood spilled at every coronation. To the interest groups corrupted by guns and witchcraft, his gentleness and kindness became an unforgivable act of treason. Now let the roar of Atlantic waves and the thunder of native war drums fade away. Guided by the night breeze, let us witness how this guardian of light in the darkness walked steadily toward his fated end. To grasp the suffocating predicament King Agonglo faced, we must first look at the bloody gears that kept this empire running. Back then, Dahomey was trapped in a vicious cycle driven by slavery and firearms. The kingdom launched constant wars to capture people from neighboring lands, selling them to European slave ships anchored along the coast in exchange for more gunpowder and weapons. These arms were then used to launch even larger-scale raids. Beyond gold and weaponry, human sacrifice, the practice of beheading captives to honor ancestors, was fundamental to the kingdom's legitimacy. From the high priests down to ordinary soldiers, everyone held fast to this ancient tradition. King Agonglo grew up amid this blood-soaked court. He had a firm jaw and the inherent poise and calm of royalty. Unlike his brothers, who took delight in wielding machetes, his eyes held little cruelty, but much thoughtful contemplation. In his youth, long before he ascended the throne, he stood beneath the scorching sun time and again, watching lines of his kinsmen bound with heavy wooden yokes being herded like livestock toward the slave ships in Ouidah. Despair filled the captives' eyes, while the cheap European cloth and inferior rum traded for them became trophies flaunted by nobles. What chilled him to the core were the annual grand sacrifices. The blood of innocent victims streamed down the steps of the Abomey Palace and soaked the parched red earth, as crowds cheered wildly, believing such rituals guaranteed the empire's prosperity. This stark contrast, along with his powerlessness to ease his people's suffering, was like a rusted nail driven deep into young Agonglo's soul. In his journals and private conversations with trusted confidants, he repeatedly voiced his profound doubt toward this prosperity built on carnage. When the old king passed away, the heavy crown was placed upon Agonglo's head. Instead of letting out battle cries of conquest like his predecessors, he stood atop the city walls lined with severed heads, lost in long silence. He knew he had inherited no golden age, but a colossus built on bones, standing precariously atop a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. From the instant he took hold of the scepter, the young king made a decision that seemed suicidal in that era. He would reform his nation's beliefs and dismantle the centuries-old killing machine with his own hands. King Aganglo began his reforms with extreme restraint and almost devout gentleness. He well knew that an outright ban on human sacrifice and the slave trade would lead the warlords and high priests to slay him without hesitation overnight. Therefore, he chose to introduce foreign faiths, hoping that a more merciful religion could melt the hardened hearts of his people. Breaking taboos that had stood for hundreds of years, he took the initiative to invite Portuguese and British merchants from the coast. He allowed Christian missionaries and Islamic scholars from the north to enter the Abumi Palace, and even had simple places of worship built within the palace grounds. On countless stormy tropical nights, Aganglo would set aside his ornate royal robes and dress simply in plain white cotton. Sitting quietly beside flickering candlelight, he listened as missionaries preached lessons of forgiveness, redemption and the heavenly afterlife in halting local dialects. The idea of deities who required no human blood, only pure hearts, was like timely rain falling on parched wilderness for the king trapped in a world of bloodshed, bringing him unprecedented peace of mind. He began to issue tentative decrees to reduce the number of sacrificial victims. Prisoners originally marked for execution were assigned to labor in the palace instead. He even used his personal gold to redeem innocent children who were about to be sent to the altar from the generals. To draw closer to the civilizations across the Atlantic, he sent secret envoys to Lisbon, Portugal, putting forward a forward-looking plan to gradually scale back the slave trade and develop commerce based on palm oil and agricultural products instead. At a time when the whole of Africa was caught up in the frenzy of slavery, Aganglo's efforts were like a man shielding a fragile flickering lamp amid a raging storm. Out of place as they seemed, they embodied solitary courage and solemn heroism. On several occasions, when he proposed lenient treatment for captives from neighboring lands during court assemblies, the high priest would ring a ritual bronze bell on purpose. Its sharp, piercing echoes reverberated through the vast hall, a menacing warning from the ghosts of the old order. Aganglo merely gripped the armrests of his throne tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He believed that with enough patience, if his people could witness harvests without bloodshed, the nation would gradually awaken. Yet he underestimated how thick and blood-stained the web woven by vested interests truly was. Dangerous undercurrents began to surge beneath the palace walls stained with blood. Those who dealt the first blow to bring King Aganglo down were none other than his most trusted ministers and the powerful priestly class. In Dahomey, the slave trade was never the king's sole enterprise. Royal nobles, the female commanders of the elite Dahomey Amazons, and tax officials across the land all filled their pockets with European gold and silver earned by selling their own people. When Aganglo restricted slave exports and sought to steer the country toward farming, these profiteers who had grown rich off human suffering were seized with overwhelming panic and rage. The high priest spread rumors among the common folk, claiming that the king's introduction of foreign gods had deeply offended the kingdom's patron serpent deity. They declared that recent droughts and poor harvests were divine punishment, because Aganglo had failed to offer the ancestors enough warm human blood. Terrified by witchcraft and stirred up by vested interests, the common people, who had once held the king in reverence, began to regard him with suspicion and even hostility. They saw his kindness as a betrayal of tradition and the cause of national misfortune. To Aganglo's utter despair, the European colonizers he had tried to reconcile with also turned against him at this critical juncture. European captains from Liverpool and Lisbon cared nothing for humanitarianism or the king's inner torment. They came to the West African coast for one thing alone: cheap enslaved Africans. Aganglo's restrictions drove up slave prices and cut off supplies, threatening the profits of European monopolists. British and Portuguese traders secretly contacted hardline generals within the kingdom, smuggling large quantities of firearms to them and hinting that trade would return to normal once the weak king was removed. Trapped in this hopeless situation, besieged from within and without, Aganglo stood utterly alone upon his spacious throne. He watched as ministers who once cheered for him turned hostile, and heard distant protests from outside the palace gates demanding the revival of large-scale human sacrifices. On countless sleepless nights, he would walk deep into the palace and run his hands over the blood-tinged earthen walls, asking himself over and over again in his heart, "Why do I become the greatest sinner of this nation, when all I want is for everyone to live?" The summer of 1797 brought sweltering heat to the Abomey Palace, heavy and stifling. It was also the season when King Agonglo met his bitter end. A conspiracy was carefully laid, masterminded by his own brothers and palace attendants whom he had once rescued from the altar with gold. At a family feast ostensibly held to pray for rain, the high priests and generals set a deadly trap. They slipped poison extracted from toxic jungle plants into the palm wine served to the king. Years of mental torment had worn Agonglo down. The once firm and stately monarch had grown extremely thin. The drive he had held at the start of his reforms faded from his eyes, leaving only calm sorrow and resignation toward fate. As he raised the fatal cup, he noticed the attendants' trembling hands and the evasive, unnatural glances of his brothers standing nearby. Having grown up in the cruel imperial court, he could not fail to understand what this meant. Still, he smiled bitterly. He did not alert the guards outside, nor expose the clumsy plot. Perhaps at that moment, his soul, worn out by endless loneliness and wounds, saw death as the only escape from this bloodthirsty era. He drank the poisoned wine calmly. The pungent liquid, cold with the touch of death, spread rapidly through his body. Severe cramps racked him, and he tumbled from his couch onto the rough red clay ground. The profiteers stood by coldly, watching the reformer writhe in agony. No one reached out to help. Even his queen held their young child tightly, hiding in the shadows and weeping silently. Lying on the palace floor he had always hoped to cleanse, blood trickled from the corner of Agonglo's mouth and stained his favorite white cotton robe. For the last time, his gaze turned toward the scorching, frenzied land of West Africa beyond the windows. As his vision blurred, he heard the thunder of ancient war drums echoing outside the palace and the shrill laughter of the triumphant high priests. His reforms, nothing more than a fleeting dream amid a sea of blood, were shattered to pieces in an instant. After King Agonglo's death, the conspirators quickly blocked the news and enthroned a new ruler who was far more brutal and compliant with the slave trade. To erase the disgrace Agonglo had brought to the kingdom, the new king ordered the largest-scale human sacrifice in Dahoma's history on the very day of his coronation. Thousands of captives were beheaded before the Abomey Palace, their blood washing away the brief peace Agonglo had fought for with his life. In official oral history, Agonglo was defamed as a weak ruler who had broken ancestral rules and invoked divine wrath. All manuscripts recording his reforms were burned, and his name became a taboo never to be spoken of in the court. Yet history holds a gentle truth: power and blades can destroy mortal lives, but they can never bury the spirit of a clear-minded soul forever across the ages. We revisit the story of King Agonglo tonight not to judge the flaws in his political tactics, but to feel the greatness of a soul that dared to look up at the stars even in the darkest jungle. Though he fell between blood and gold, defeated in the end, he proved that in the tragic Africa torn apart by European greed and native savagery, there once stood a monarch who wept for every humble life and strove to bring true dignity to this land. The night has grown deep. The suffocating stench of blood in the Abomey Palace, the cold slave ships on the Atlantic, and the gentle king who perished on the red earth have all faded into the river of time alongside the soft narration. The world outside is quiet. Gone are the guns and war drums of the 18th century, leaving only the silent night sky and soft breezes to watch over you. King Agonglo, the lonely guardian of light swallowed by darkness, has surely found the true forgiveness and peace he spent a lifetime seeking in a realm free from killing and exploitation. Now you may cast off the weariness and defenses of the day. Like his liberated soul, drift gently into a deep and tranquil dream. Close your eyes, and may you enjoy a sound night's sleep. In the scorching July of 1706, the red soil of the Kingdom of Congo in West Africa was parched and cracked under the blazing sun, and the air hung thick with oppressive dryness. Before a rough makeshift gallows and a towering pile of firewood, tens of thousands of African common people knelt spontaneously in the dust. There were no angry shouts among them, only endless sorrow and desperate sobs. All eyes were fixed on a 22-year-old girl bound tightly with heavy iron chains. She had a delicate yet haggard face, bare feet, and wore nothing but a coarse gray linen robe. In her arms, she held a crying newborn baby closely. This young woman, who was about to be sent to the stake by Catholic missionaries and her own king, was Kimpavita, the most legendary and heartbreaking African Joan of Arc in the history of the Kingdom of Congo. Tonight, let the flickering firelight stay with us, as we follow this story and learn about her life. In European nautical logs and confidential church letters, Kimpavita was depicted as an evil witch who deluded people with sorcery and a shameless liar who claimed holiness while giving birth to an illegitimate child. Yet for the refugees of Congo, who were displaced and at risk of being sold as goods across the Atlantic at any moment, this girl who claimed to be possessed by Saint Anthony was the only glimmer of divinity they could grasp in this era of betrayal. Her life was extremely short, yet like a shooting star streaking across the pitch-black night sky, she tried to piece together the shattered ancient empire with visions, divine revelations and an almost frantic tenderness. When raging flames finally rose that summer night, scorching smoke engulfed her and her child, marking the collapse of one possibility for the self-salvation of this West African land. Now let the hustle and bustle of the day drift away. Close your eyes, and follow the gentle narration to delve into Kimpavita's story, woven with mysticism, the blood and tears of war, and the beauty of fate. To understand why Kimpavita ended up at the stake, we need to turn back the clock and look at the era of despair and division into which she was born. Though nominally a great Christian African empire with a 200-year history, the Kingdom of Congo had long been stripped of its last shred of dignity by European slave ships sailing across the Atlantic. Portuguese colonizers brought flintlock muskets and crosses, along with insatiable greed for African people. Royal generals waged civil wars frantically for the throne, selling their defeated kinsmen to white traders in exchange for luxury goods. The ancient capital of São Salvador had fallen into ruins, with wild dogs wandering among the collapsed churches and palace remains. Kimpavita was born into a noble aristocratic family. From an early age, she had a pair of profound eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts. With a refined look, she possessed a calm and detachment beyond her years. In Congo at that time, there were traditional mediums known as Ngangamra, who were believed to cross the boundary between life and death to comfort the souls of ancestors who had died unjustly. The young Kimpavita soon proved to be exceptionally gifted in this spiritual practice. She would often sit alone on huge boulders at the edge of the jungle, listening to the distant gunshots of civil wars and watching her fellow countrymen chained together and driven toward the coastline amid cries and wails. A lingering, unbearable agony welled up deep inside her. Tormented by the powerlessness to change reality, caught between Catholic theology and indigenous witchcraft, her mind underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Late one night in 1704, the 20-year-old Kimpavita suddenly came down with a strange and fatal fever. She lay on a straw mat, refusing food and water for days on end, her breath so faint that she seemed already dead. On that Friday night, when her family prepared to dress her in funeral garments, she suddenly opened her eyes wide after a soft spasm. Her gaze turned extraordinarily bright, and her voice lost the shyness of a young girl, carrying an awe-inspiring majesty that made people want to kneel before her. To her terrified clansmen, she announced that the noble maiden named Kimpavita was gone forever. What stood before them now was Saint Anthony resurrected in her flesh. Unable to bear the sufferings of the Congolese people any longer, the saint would use her voice to rebuild this cursed kingdom. After recovering from the severe illness, Kimpavita seemed like a changed person. She abandoned all the comforts of noble life and began walking barefoot across the thorny, red-soiled land of Congo. Her voice held an indescribable magnetism and soothing power. When she preached in the village markets in a low, unhurried tone, war-weary refugees around her would gradually calm down, as if brushed by a cool night breeze. She began to promote what European missionaries deemed heretical Anthonyism. She proclaimed that Jesus, the Virgin Mary and all saints were actually black people born on the sacred land of Congo. The Roman Curia and white priests, she argued, were merely political tools used by slave traders to deceive Africans. Raw and impassioned as this doctrine was, it sent a spiritual shockwave through the black commoners who had long lived under cultural inferiority and the shadow of death. For the first time, they came to realize that their dark skin was pure and flawless in the eyes of the divine. Beyond preaching, Kimpa Vita accomplished a feat that even the warlords who ruled divided regions and commanded mighty armies dared not attempt. She resolved to lead her people back to São Salvador and restore the ruined capital. Fearless of wild beasts in the dense woods and roaming bandits, she held high a simple wooden cross and marched step by step toward the ancient holy city, which had lain abandoned for 30 years, overgrown with weeds and bushes. Upon hearing the saints' call, tens of thousands of displaced farmers, women and even deserters tired of bloodshed picked up their provisions and farm tools, and followed her silently, forming a quiet procession stretching for miles. When they finally stood upon the crumbling city walls of São Salvador, Kimpa Vita knelt in the dirt. With her hands worn raw and bleeding, she started clearing rubble from the ruined cathedral. Moved to tears, the refugees then summoned incredible strength to build houses and reclaim wasteland. In just a few months, the once dead city miraculously came back to life under Kimpa Vita's inspiration and visions, once again becoming the spiritual heart of the entire kingdom of Congo. She dwelt in a simple thatched hut, blessing newborn babies and wiping sweat from the dying elders. Amid this blood-stained era, she carved out a fleeting, gentle paradise with her own hands. Yet in this cruel world built upon power, firearms and gold, purity and kindness were often the gravest crimes that invited destruction. Kimpa Vita's growing influence in São Salvador was like a sharp blade, striking fear deep into the vested interests who grew rich from civil wars and the slave trade. King Pedro IV of Congo hid in the northern hills, locked in fierce conflicts with neighboring realms with covert support from the Portuguese. When he learned that a girl in her 20s had reclaimed the capital and won the hearts of the whole nation without raising a single soldier, overwhelming jealousy and dread consumed him. To Pedro IV, Kimpa Vita was no longer a saint delivering divine revelations, but a political rebel who might topple his throne at any moment, a great threat that had to be eliminated without delay. Meanwhile, the Portuguese Franciscan missionaries who had long dominated the spiritual realm of Congo also harbored bitter hatred for her. Her claims of a black Christ shattered the chains of spiritual enslavement forged by the colonizers. If her teaching spread, the religious legitimacy of Europeans along the West African coast would vanish completely, and the slave trade would no longer thrive. Thus, a dirty conspiracy woven by the indigenous king, European colonizers, and cold-hearted clergymen quietly closed in the shadows. The missionaries pressured the king in private, even invoking the authority of the Vatican to intimidate Pedro IV. They warned that if he failed to arrest this, which possessed by demons, the Pope would revoke the legitimacy of his reign and cut off his supply of gunpowder for fighting his rivals. Kimpa Vita had long sensed the approaching danger. On countless starry nights, she would sit atop the ruins of the São Salvador Cathedral, gazing toward the north for a long time, her eyes filled with sorrow at the fate she foresaw. Her loyal followers urged her to form an army or flee deeper into the primeval forest for safety, but the delicate young girl only shook her head gently. She knew that if she took up arms, she would be no different from those blood-stained tyrants. She chose to stay and embrace the bitter fate awaiting her. The final blow that led to Kimpa Vita's total ruin came from an unexpected worldly secret tangled with human emotions. In the spring of 1706, Kimpa Vita, who had always claimed to be a pure saint above earthly desires, suddenly gave birth to a healthy baby boy in her thatched hut in São Salvador. The child's father was Barro, her devoted assistant. Enduring countless hardships side by side, the two inevitably shared a warm, forbidden love between ordinary mortals. For a religious leader who united her followers through sacred visions and the image of purity, the birth of this infant was a devastating spiritual blow, instantly bringing her down from the altar to the mortal world. Though she insisted the child was a sacred gift bestowed by the Holy Spirit on a Friday, her enemies, who had long waited for an opportunity, finally seized the fatal excuse to brand her a sinner forever. Guided by traitors, King Pedro IV's troops raided the poorly defended camp in São Salvador on a stormy night, arresting Quimpa Vita as she nursed her baby, along with her lover Barro. The believers who had once revered her wholeheartedly fell into disillusionment when they saw the so-called saint weeping while holding an infant like an ordinary peasant woman. Most fell silent, and some even turned against her out of fear, joining others in hurling insults. Quimpa Vita was fitted with heavy wooden fetters and escorted like a trophy to the crude royal court in Evora, to face a brutal heresy trial presided over by Portuguese missionaries. Inside the dark, damp and musty interrogation chamber, she endured endless malicious questioning and floggings from the missionaries. The 22-year-old mother never defended her ideas of a black Christ. She only shielded her baby tightly with her body. The fanaticism of divinity faded from her eyes, replaced by the utterly pure and humble plea of a mother. She was willing to confess to all her crimes, and admit to being a liar, if only these cold-hearted men would spare her innocent child. Yet the fanaticism of politics and religion never showed the slightest mercy to a mother's tears. On July 2, 1706, the trial reached its bloody final verdict. Quimpa Vita and her lover Barro were sentenced to death by fire, to be executed immediately. The execution was held on a desolate hillside. Armed royal guards stood all around to stop loyal followers from attempting a rescue, while numerous commoners with blank expressions gathered to watch this exorcism. Quimpa Vita was roughly dragged toward a huge wooden stake. Her long hair fluttered wildly in the dry night wind. Tormented by prolonged abuse and malnutrition, her face looked gaunt and pale, yet her back remained straight, bearing the unyielding dignity of nobility. As the executioners prepared to bind her and Barro together, several missionaries stepped forward, trying to snatch the baby from her arms and cast the illicit child into another small fire pit. In that moment, Quimpa Vita summoned the last of her strength. She clung tightly to the infant, her sharp nails digging into the missionary's arms, and let out a shrill cry like a wounded she-wolf. Eventually, upon the king's intervention, perhaps out of a lingering fear of the divine, Pedro IV agreed to send the baby to a peasant woman in a remote village to be raised. But in return, Quimpa Vita had to mount the pile of firewood at once. Watching her child being carried away until it vanished from sight, the fear and frenzy in Quimpa Vita's eyes faded away miraculously, returning to the profound calm and compassion like still water. She let the rough ropes bind her firmly to the stake alongside Barro. Trembling and weeping with terror, Barro leaned against her. Quimpa Vita turned her head slightly, pressing her cold cheek to his, and whispered soft words to comfort the man who had walked with her until the very end. A torch was ruthlessly tossed onto the firewood soaked with oil. Orange flames burst forth instantly, like a greedy serpent, stretching its scorching tongues to engulf the two young lives. Amid the billowing hot smoke and the crackle of burning wood, no cries for mercy or curses escaped Quimpa Vita's lips. She simply closed her eyes tightly, repeating the name of the Virgin Mary over and over amid the flames, until her voice was swallowed by the fire, leaving behind nothing but charred dust on the red soil of West Africa. After Quimpa Vita's death, the civil wars in the Kingdom of Congo never ceased. Instead, the realm plunged into deeper chaos and decline, until it finally became a complete vassal of European colonizers. King Pedro IV, who thought he had consolidated his power, also fell victim to the tides of history. The Portuguese missionaries who orchestrated the burning wrote triumphantly in their reports, "The evil witch of this land has been purged." For the next 200 years, colonial textbooks tried to erase Quimpa Vita's existence, striving to bury her name forever in the red soil of time. Yet history holds a gentle and ironic truth. Those who wielded guns and gallows thought they had destroyed a mortal body, unaware that they had forged an eternal spiritual icon for this land. Among the descendants of enslaved Africans taken to Haiti, Brazil, and the southern United States, the teachings of Anthonyism and the tales of the Black Saint were passed down secretly around campfires for generations, becoming a spiritual pillar for them to resist oppression and seek dignity. We retell the story of Quimpa Vita tonight, not to verify whether the visions she saw were real, nor to criticize the impracticality of her doctrines. We simply pause on this quiet night to gaze upon a lonely soul who, in the bloom of her 20s, tried to stand against the cruel machinery of the times with her frail shoulders. The story has come to an end, and night has fallen deep. The ancient smoke of war in Abomey and Sao Salvador, the heavy chains and the cold stake have all drifted into the long river of time along with the slow narration. The world outside is peaceful. Gone are the betrayals and slaughters of the 17th century, leaving only soft night and quiet breezes to watch over you. Quimpa Vita, the girl who lit a lonely flame in the darkness and offered herself up in sacrifice during the darkest times, must now hold her beloved child in a world free from enslavement and where love can flourish freely, drifting into the deepest and gentlest dreams. Now you may cast off all the weariness and burdens of the day. Close your eyes, and like the liberated soul, sink slowly into serene and healing sleep. Rest well, and may you have a peaceful night. On the rust-red wilderness where Tunisia in North Africa meets the Sahara Desert, stand several earthen forts eroded by wind and sand, their outlines still faintly visible to this day. Whenever fierce night winds howl through the dry river valleys, the mournful moans they carry remind the local elders of an ancient name that few dare to utter lightly. This legendary general was blacklisted, cursed yet secretly praised in European maritime journals and North African tribal chronicles of the late 18th century. Eustace de Ville of the Kingdom of Kazani, a wanderer torn apart by stark contrasts throughout his life. Tonight, let us gather around the flickering fire and follow this tale to trace the true story of his life. What strikes people most is not his remarkable military feats across the desert, but the true face hidden behind his blue veil. Mounted on horseback and wielding an Arabian scimitar, he led the cavalry of Kazani to drive European colonial troops back to the coastline time and again. No one knew that beneath the veil lay a pure French face, paired with pale blue eyes that could only be seen along the Seine. Once a favored young nobleman clad in silken robes at the Palace of Versailles, he vanished from European society at the age of 20. When he reappeared, he had become a lone wolf in North Africa, resisting Western expansion. Europeans detested him, branding him a heretic and a rebel against civilization. Tribal chieftains across North Africa also eyed him warily, suspecting him of being a malicious foreign spy. His entire life was a prolonged tragedy. Torn between two civilizations, two continents, and two faiths, he ended up abandoned by both sides. His fate met a bitter end. He fell to musket fire from his own countrymen, yet his body was draped in the battle robes of Kazani. The sand buried his deeds, leaving only an echo lingering across the silent wilderness after dark. It was an irreversible rift in 1782 that drove Eustace de Ville into the endless desert. Before that, he was the youngest and most talented cartographer and midshipman in the French Royal Navy, with a future as brilliant as the gilded patterns on the ceiling paintings of Versailles in January. Then came the fateful day. He was ordered to take part in a secret raid on merchant ships along the North African coast. Deep in the gloomy hold, he witnessed his fellow Europeans chaining innocent North African women and children like livestock and branding them as slaves. The stench of burning flesh and desperate cries shattered all his illusions and moral beliefs in the so-called civilized empire. What pained him even more was that his own father, a hypocritical count, was one of the chief profiteers behind this cruel trade. Overwhelmed with disgust and resolved to break all ties with his father, he made a life-altering decision one night while the warship docked at the port of Algiers for supplies. Dressed in rough sailor clothes, he stole a precious military map of inland North Africa that his father always carried, then plunged into the icy harbor waters. By the time the alarm rang at dawn, he had joined a salt caravan and journeyed deep into the blood-red heart of the Sahara beneath the setting sun. The court of Versailles soon sentenced him to permanent exile. The name Eustace de Ville was inscribed on the Navy's roll of dishonor, marking him a fugitive who could never return home. For de Ville himself, as he traded leather shoes for coarse straw sandals and turned his gaze from bustling Paris to the boundless desert, he knew he had cut off all paths to his past. After long days of wandering and hovering on the brink of death, de Ville finally found a temporary refuge for his soul in the semi-arid kingdom of Kazani. Composed of Berbers and Sudanese peoples, this remote North African realm was trapped in domestic turmoil and foreign aggression, its pastures gradually seized by neighboring powers and European forces from the coast. De Ville collapsed from severe dehydration at an oasis on Kazani's border and was saved by a blind wise elder with a bowl of bitter goat's milk. He soon demonstrated extraordinary military talent far ahead of his time. He drew precise defense maps for the oases and taught the locals to conceal their cavalry by taking advantage of wind and sand dunes. Impressed by his erudition and calm demeanor, the late king made an unconventional choice on his deathbed, appointing this foreign white man, whose name they could barely pronounce, as the kingdom's chief military advisor. To integrate into the community, de Ville donned the locals' usual dark blue robes and covered his face tightly with a black veil. He forced himself to forget French, speaking halting, hoarse Berber as he shared charred mutton with soldiers around bonfires and huddled beside his horse for warmth on the coldest wilderness nights. His eyes gradually took on the character of the desert, refined and elegant, yet veiled in a quiet desolation born from shattered faith. In the years that followed, leading a ragtag cavalry, de Ville employed elusive desert guerrilla tactics to defeat three powerful neighboring tribes bent on annexing Kazani. Seated on rough wool carpets, he watched the chieftains who once doubted him bow their proud heads. The common people even whispered of him as the White Alfana, the White Eagle of the desert. Yet when the roar of war faded at dead of night, he would sit alone atop the sand dunes, remove his veil and stare at his pale hands bathed in moonlight. Loneliness spread within him silently, like the shifting sand beneath his feet. In 1795, French imperial troops equipped with advanced rifled muskets and field artillery marched upon the earthen walls of Kazani. The fateful day de Ville had long feared had finally arrived. The battle unfolded on a stretch of dry red land known as the Jaws of Death. At the sight of the neat ranks of blue uniforms and the familiar bugle calls across the battlefield, de Ville, hidden in the trenches, was overcome with a surreal dizziness. Through his telescope, he could clearly see the arrogant look on the young French commander's face, a reflection of his younger self. Faced with the relentless French bombardment, the nobles of Kazani grew wavering. Several powerful princes secretly negotiated with the French generals, planning to betray the kingdom for their own safety. They began to regard de Ville with suspicion and malice. During military councils, some openly jeered at him, questioning whose side this former courtier of Versailles would take when the bullets flew. Trapped in unprecedented isolation and suffocation within the royal court, every decision he made was challenged, every glance he took misinterpreted. When the French generals learned the true identity of the White Sultan, they sent an envoy with a letter of pardon written by de Ville's father on his deathbed. In exchange for Kazani's defense plans, he would regain his noble title and wealth, and be allowed to return to Paris. On a moonless night, de Ville slowly tossed the scented letter bearing the seal of Versailles into the dying bonfire before the trenches. The flames lit up his weathered yet resolute face beneath the veil. He felt little anger, only a quiet sense of closure. He knew his first departure had been driven by the pursuit of justice, but a second betrayal would leave his soul adrift forever. He chose to refuse, ready to bear the heaviest consequences of his decision. The final battle erupted amid a raging sandstorm, as if the Sahara itself had prepared this funeral for Eustace de Ville. Blinded and hindered by the wind and sand, the French artillery lost its power. Seizing this fleeting chance, de Ville mounted his horse and drew his trusted Arabian scimitar. He cast aside his veil, letting the wind ruffle his unkempt hair. His pale blue eyes blazed with a wild, cold yet clear light. Leading the last 200 loyal Kazani cavalrymen, he charged like a streak of blue lightning into the disorganized French flank. It was a brutal melee. Combining refined European swordsmanship with fierce Arabian fighting styles, de Ville fought amid blood and sand. His robes were soon soaked in blood, indistinguishable between his enemies and his own. Just as the French line was on the verge of collapse and victory seemed within Kazani's grasp, a stray bullet came from the earthen forts behind the battlefield, piercing his chest. The fatal shot did not come from the French army ahead, but from the traitorous princes of Kazani. De Ville crashed heavily onto the red desert ground. The shouts of battle faded into a distant hum, leaving only the rustle of wind through sand. A handful of devoted soldiers dragged him back to a tent in the rear. Blood gushed from his mouth with every ragged breath, his life slipping away like sand in an hourglass. His lover, a blind Berber girl, held his cold body tremblingly, her tears falling on his pain-twisted face. Summoning his last strength, de Ville squeezed her hand. His voice was faint as a sigh on the night breeze. He uttered a few soft words in French that no one could understand, then his bright blue eyes closed forever. A year after de Ville's death, the kingdom of Kazani was ultimately crushed by the tide of history, reduced to a lifeless patch on the colonial map. The princes who had fired the treacherous shot never gained the riches they craved, most perished in subsequent purges or vanished into obscurity. French naval archives only record de Ville up to the night of his desertion in 1782. The nobles of Versailles soon forgot the once brilliant young cartographer. Yet among the Tuareg people of the Sahara, a ballad is still sung quietly around bonfires after dark, telling of a hero with eyes like the Seine, whose bones rest beneath the red soil of the Sahara. We revisit this dusty tale tonight not to judge Eustace de Ville as a great resistance fighter or a rebellious deserter. In this quiet hour, we simply share the fate of being rootless, of searching endlessly for a home, and understand a lonely soul who dreamed an impossible dream in a turbulent age. The sandstorm has long subsided, and the smoke of war above the earthen forts of Kazani has dispersed across 2 centuries. The night sky outside is deep and peaceful, free from the wars and betrayals of the 18th century, its gentle darkness wrapping around your weary heart and mind. That lone French wolf of the desert has surely laid down his heavy robes. Beyond the boundaries of continents and conflicts of faith, he has found the true peace and home he spent a lifetime seeking. Now let go of the burdens of the day. Close your eyes, follow the fading notes of this story, and drift off into deep, gentle sleep. Rest well, and may you have sweet dreams all through the night. In the desolate waters of the North Pacific, forever shrouded in thick fog, lies a kind of death both contradictory and gentle. Mammals without thick fat layers will lose their lives within minutes once they fall into these icy waters with an average temperature of just 4 degrees Celsius. Yet one creature chooses to spend its entire life, sleeping, nursing, and even meeting its end, upon these dark waves that could swallow everything in an instant. Tonight, let us sit by the softly flickering fire and listen to this unhurried tale, as we explore the true life of sea otters. By day, they rub their faces in what seems a playful manner. By night, they wrap themselves tightly in drifting giant kelp, and even grip their companions' paws firmly in their sleep. These seemingly innocent and tender acts are, in truth, their quiet, lonely and faultless struggle to survive against the frigid ocean. In these deep waters where no rock offers permanent shelter, letting go often means a lifelong separation. As night falls completely and starlight scatters across the waves, those silent drifting figures begin a long story of warmth and trust. You need not ponder how they fight the cold. Just listen to the steady, soothing sound of the surf, like gentle breathing, and drift peacefully into the tranquility of the open ocean. To understand the fate of sea otters, one must first learn about their innate fur coat, a source of pride yet a lifelong burden. Among marine mammals, from massive whales to fierce sea lions, all rely on thick subcutaneous fat to withstand the bitter cold of the deep sea. Sea otters, however, have barely any fat beneath their skin. Their only protection comes from the densest fur in the animal kingdom. Every square centimeter of their skin holds more than 100,000 fine hairs, hundreds of times denser than human hair. The magic of this coat lies not in its thickness, but in the tiny air pockets trapped between the dense fur. This thin layer of air blocks the freezing seawater, maintains their body temperature at nearly 38 degrees Celsius, and keeps them afloat. Yet if their fur gets soiled or loses its air pockets, the cold water will seep right through and steal their last traces of warmth. For this reason, sea otters spend over a third of their lives grooming and rubbing their faces, behaviors that look utterly adorable to onlookers. They are not playing or being friendly. With sensitive paws, they painstakingly clean every strand of fur and blow air into it out of quiet anxiety. Every rub of the cheek and every roll in the water is a silent, grueling battle against death. As the noise of the day fades into the fog, the North Pacific settles into its quietest yet most worrisome hours. When night comes, sea otters cannot retreat to sheltered caves or solid dens like land animals. Their only bed is the endless, ever-flowing dark ocean. Beneath the silent night sky, invisible ocean currents carry everything across the water. If a sea otter drifts off without restraint, it may wake up far out at sea amid raging storms, or wander into the territories of orcas and sharks. To sleep soundly on this boundless expanse of water, sea otters have developed a poetic yet helpless way to stay anchored. They swim toward dense kelp forests rising from the seabed to the surface, and twist the tough, flexible fronds tightly around their bellies and hind legs. These giant kelp act as natural ropes, mooring these small living vessels safely within sheltered bays. Floating on their backs with eyes closed, they rock gently within the soft embrace of kelp, surrendering themselves entirely to these silent marine plants and falling asleep amid the constant sound of rolling waves. Not all waters are covered with thick kelp, nor can every drifting otter find a safe place to anchor. On open stretches with sparse seaweed, lone otters face deeper loneliness and fear. In the dark of night, they swim toward one another and stretch out their clumsy forepaws. They lie side by side on the water, one paw firmly holding another, forming a warm chain swaying amid the waves. This habit of sleeping hand in hand is neither social behavior nor romantic gesture. It is an ancient alliance forged by lonely souls against the ruthless natural world. In the piercing cold currents, the faint warmth from a companion's paw is the only certainty in the dark night. Sometimes more otters join in, forming groups of 3, 5, or even dozens, creating large rafts upon the sea. They rise and fall together in the wind and waves, their bodies brushing against one another with soft, muffled sounds, a faint yet unyielding resistance as a community. In the dead of night, you can almost hear their soft, synchronized breathing echoing over the water. They know that as long as they hold on to each other and feel one another's warmth, they will survive the long, cold night. The bond between mother and pup reveals the deepest emotions and heaviest destinies in a sea otter's life. Raising young takes a toll on mother otters, for newborn pups are covered only in fluffy lanugo fur. This soft coat lets them float like corks, yet leaves them unable to dive, hunt or regulate their own body temperature. For the first few months, the mother's belly is the pup's only land and safe haven across the icy ocean. She holds her baby close, drying its wet fur with her body heat and licking away salt and grime from its coat. The most dangerous moments arrive when the mother must dive into the dark depths to hunt. Sea otters need to eat a quarter of their body weight every day to sustain their fast metabolism. To keep both herself and her pup from starving, she has no choice but to leave. Before diving, she wraps her pup securely in kelp to stop it from being swept away by currents. Then she plunges into the dark blue depths filled with hidden dangers. Left alone on the open water, the tiny pup lets out faint, sad cries that fade across the empty sea. It endures the beating waves all alone, waiting patiently for its tired mother to surface with clams and shellfish. As time drifts on with the North Pacific's tides, every elderly sea otter bears the marks of a lifetime battling the ocean. Their whiskers turn white like sea frost, and their once glossy dark fur fades to pale gray. Their once immaculate coats, worn by countless storms and rocky shores, lose their ability to keep out the cold. Grooming grows slower, and every rub of the face costs them great effort. On bitterly cold nights, old otters return to the familiar bays of their youth and seek out the same patches of kelp. Floating on the water, they still keep a well-worn smooth stone tucked in the folds beneath their arms. This stone has helped them crack open tough sea urchins countless times, witnessing every ordinary and thrilling moment of their lives at sea. The sharp alertness and restlessness of youth fade from their eyes, replaced by profound calm, as if they have finally made peace with the vast ocean. They let gentle waves lap at their weathered fur and cold winds brush their white whiskers, drifting quietly and steadily. They never set foot on solid land in their entire lives, dwelling forever amid shifting waters, yet finding unshakable peace within all the chaos. Dawn finally breaks through the thick fog over the North Pacific, and golden sunlight spills across the calm sea. The kelp sways slowly beneath the waves, and the otters who clung together through the night loosen their grips. They wake, shake off the water, rub their sleepy eyes, and set off once again to fight for survival. Fragile as they seem, sea otters compose a poem of trust and companionship upon the coldest, most desolate stretches of the ocean. They have no grand legends or thunderous roars. All they leave behind are the soft traces of their breathing on the waves, and those furry paws locked tight together through the darkest nights. In this cold, rational world, this quiet yet unwavering warmth between living beings is perhaps life's greatest comfort. The story drifts away with the tides, and the night over the North Pacific returns to its original peace and safety. The otters resting among the kelp have fallen fast asleep. Now you too may relax to the steady, soothing sound of the waves. Let go of the weariness you carried through the day, close your eyes, and drift gently into your own warm night, just like them. Sailors have caught sight of a mysterious figure on the sea at sunset countless times, a sight both heartbreaking and mesmerizing. With its plump upper body exposed above the waves, it held its young close while drifting on the shimmering shallows, letting out faint, mournful cries that rose and fell with the tides. Thus, the legends of mermaids, tales filled with temptation, sorrow and doom, have been passed down among seafarers for centuries. Yet when modern science lifted the veil of mystery with cold objectivity, what lay beneath was an unexpected and poignant truth. The creature behind the myth was no bewitching sea siren, but a remarkably gentle marine mammal that moves at an almost glacial pace, the dugong. Tonight, let us sit beside the soft glow of a fire and follow this unhurried tale to learn the true story of these beings. By day, they hide their heavy bodies amid dark seagrass beds. By night, they rise slowly to the surface to breathe in air scented with earth and sea. This unrushed rhythm of life is their quiet, lonely and precise way to survive amid nature's harshness. In these seemingly tranquil shallows where hidden currents swirl, they meet the passage of time and the blows of fate with the gentlest demeanor. As night falls and the tide recedes, those slow-moving warm shapes among the seagrass begin a long journey of solitude and guardianship. You need not wonder how they evade predators out here. Simply listen to the steady, soothing sound of the waves, like gentle breathing, and drift peacefully into sleep. To understand the fate of the dugong, one must first look upon the shallow seagrass meadows that nurture them yet confine them for a lifetime. In the ocean food chain, most marine mammals have evolved extraordinary speed, sharp teeth or massive physiques to hunt live prey. The dugong has taken an entirely different path. As the world's only fully herbivorous marine mammal, it relies entirely on tender seagrass growing in sunlit waters to sustain life. This unique diet means they can never venture into the vast, dark and perilous open ocean. They spend their entire lives bound to coastal shallows, bays and mangrove waters no deeper than 20 meters. These areas keep them safe from giant deep-sea creatures, yet expose them to intense human activity and drastic environmental changes. Their bulky, spindle-shaped bodies are covered in thick, rough grayish-white skin dotted with sparse whiskers. They lack the nimble limbs of sea lions or the powerful tails of whales, possessing only short, rounded flippers shaped like paddles. They propel themselves forward by slowly swaying their flat, heart-shaped tails, moving as if floating through thick liquid. This is not laziness or dullness. Seagrass provides very little energy, so they must conserve every ounce of strength and never waste energy recklessly. As the bustle of the day fades with the setting sun, the green seagrass shallows welcome the dugong's nightly hours. For adult dugongs, night brings a long, ritual journey akin to tending fields at sea. Like quiet oxen, they lower their heavy heads to the sandy seabed and forage with their specially adapted, downturned horseshoe-shaped mouths. Their prominent upper lips are lined with stiff bristles, working like rakes to pull seagrass out by the roots. In the silent depths, one can hear only the soft, steady grinding of their blunt teeth chewing the grass. Their eyesight has grown poor in the murky shallows, so they feel their way through this underwater haven relying solely on the whiskers around their mouths. Long, straight furrows stretch across the sand where they pass, quiet lines of poetry carved into the seabed by their lives. Every few minutes, their internal clock reminds them to rise toward the unknown world above. They stop feeding and ascend vertically toward the surface slowly and gracefully, like giant hot air balloons. When their nostrils on top of their heads break the water, a deep, resonant puff echoes across the quiet night, before they slip back down into the darkness once more. This distinctive way of breathing and nursing gave rise to the centuries-old legend of mermaids, a story steeped in sorrow. On nights after storms or misty dawns, weary sailors gazing toward rocky reefs would fall prey to misunderstanding. A dugong's mammary glands sit at the base of its flippers, close to where human armpits are located, creating an unusual nursing posture. A female dugong holds her calf tightly with one flipper, lifting her head and upper body above the water to keep the young from drowning. From afar, her silhouette resembles a human mother rocking a baby gently amid the waves, radiating tender maternal warmth. Strands of green seaweed often drape over their heads after feeding, looking like flowing human hair in dim light. After months adrift at sea, exhausted and lonely sailors wove fantasies of beautiful sea maidens around these mild creatures. This romantic misunderstanding brought them no divine protection, but endless pursuit and hunting. Their thick hides, fat rendered into fine oil, and bones prized as curiosities all became victims of human greed. Unable to speak out or flee, they continue to swim at their unhurried pace, enduring the heavy impact of human civilization in silence. The bond between mother and calf reveals the most tender emotions and profound destiny throughout a dugong's long, solitary life. Female dugongs carry their young for 13 to 14 months, and give birth only once every 3 to 5 years. Every calf is a precious gift to these waters. A newborn dugong is nearly 1 meter long, yet still as fragile as a leaf that could be torn apart by waves in the vast ocean. For the first few years, the calf stays close to its mother, swimming right beside her broad, rough back. While the mother plows through sand to find seagrass, the little one nibbles on stray blades nearby, creating a scene of gentle, enduring peace. They communicate in a unique wordless language, a faint sound heard only in the still of night. When mother and calf become separated in the turbid tidal waters, they let out sharp, bird-like whistles. The sound drifts through the cold open currents, carrying subtle anxiety and alarm as it echoes among the seagrass. The mother stops feeding at once, turns her heavy body around, and swims against the current toward the sound, sparing no energy. Peace returns when their rounded snouts touch again in the dark water, replaced by the reassuring warmth of one another's bodies. As years pass and tides rise and fall, life draws to a close for elderly dugongs, each one bearing marks of a long truce with these coastal waters. They have a long lifespan, often reaching 70 years or more, comparable to that of humans. With age, their pale gray skin grows rougher, scarred by reefs and marked by parasites. Their teeth wear down severely, and the short tusk-like incisors visible on males turn permanently yellow with time. On a calm night, an old dugong rests at the edge of a fading seagrass bed, letting warm tides wash over its body. It no longer roams far in search of lush feeding grounds, but stays in one place, sensing every subtle shift of the current. Mangrove forests that once thrived nearby may have vanished, and the distant shore glows with the endless neon lights of human cities. Yet profound quiet remains within the dugong's heart. It has witnessed decades of change across the bay and endured the loneliness of losing many companions. Its movements grow slower than ever, and every sway of its tail feels like a farewell to the ocean that has nurtured it all its life. It feels no sorrow or resistance, waiting calmly and serenely for the final tide to carry it gently away. The first light of dawn finally pierces the coastal mist, casting soft golden streaks across the empty seagrass meadows. The shallows that inspired the mermaid legends look pure and sacred beneath the morning sun, as if nothing has ever happened. Those quiet foragers of the night slip deeper into the green water, continuing their secluded lives out of sight. Living at an almost motionless pace on the edge of a restless world, dugongs have written an epic of solitude and restraint. They leave behind no thunderous roars or grand voyages, only long furrows across the seabed and faint ripples on the water's surface. Beyond the fast-paced, desire-driven world on land, they remind us all, slow down, and you will hear the true breath of life. The tail of the shallows drifts away with the receding tide, and the distant mangroves return to their original peace and safety. The slow-swimming dugong among the seagrass has found its place to rest. Now, guided by the steady, comforting sound of waves, you may let go of all your guards. Release the anxiety accumulated from rushing through each day, close your eyes, and drift gently into your own peaceful night, just like them. In old, yellowed sailors' logbooks, tales often told of a terrifying sea monster capable of dragging entire three-masted sailing ships down to the seabed. It bore countless tentacles lined with barbed suckers, and its body was as huge as a drifting island. Its arrival always heralded storms and destruction. Driven by humanity's fear of the unknown, it was named Kraken, the most mysterious and unsettling phantom roaming the oceans for thousands of years. Yet when modern deep-sea submersibles finally descended into the pitch-black abyss 2,000 meters below the surface, science uncovered a haunting riddle of solitude. This fabled monster that could tear ships apart is in fact an exceedingly reserved deep-sea dweller that never makes a sound, the giant squid. Tonight, let us sit by the flickering fire and follow this gentle tale to learn its true life story. They surrender their colossal bodies, stretching over 10 meters long, to the lightless abyss, drifting slowly with the frigid currents in water temperatures near 0 degrees Celsius. Trapped beneath crushing pressure, they have chosen the safest, most discreet and unobtrusive way to live. Amid these silent, remote waters where sunlight never reaches, their soft, boneless bodies carve out an isolated haven within utter stillness. When storms fade at sea and the noise of the land dies away, this quiet figure gliding through the dark like a ghost begins a long journey of safety and emptiness. You need not wonder how they survive under immense pressure. Just listen to the steady, soothing deep-sea white noise, like gentle breathing, and drift off to sleep. To understand the fate of the giant squid, we must leave behind the bustling shallow waters and dive into the abyssal darkness 1,000 meters below. In the ocean's vertical layers, faint light fades beyond 200 meters. Below 1,000 meters lies the midnight zone, shrouded in perpetual blackness. Here, all colors vanish and no plants can grow. The water pressure is hundreds of times greater than on land, and the cold never lifts. To endure such extreme conditions, most creatures shrink to tiny sizes, shed unnecessary organs and evolve into translucent frames only a few centimeters long. The giant squid took an entirely different and almost extreme evolutionary path. It grows to over 10 meters in length and weighs hundreds of kilograms, a colossus adrift in the void. Its massive form has no rigid bones, consisting entirely of soft tissue rich with ammonium ions, which keeps its density perfectly balanced with the icy seawater. It does not struggle against the pressure, for it has become one with it. Every inch of its skin and every tentacle blends seamlessly into the abyss around it. Within this boundless expanse with no clear directions or sense of time, it drifts calmly like a silent spaceship lost in the cosmos. This stillness is not a sign of demise. In such total darkness, any unnecessary movement is a waste of limited energy. It has learned to move as the water moves and breathe as the abyss breathes, settling into the void with an eternal calm. Deep within this quiet dark sanctuary lives the most remarkable and lonesome pair of eyes in all the ocean. Each eye measures a full 30 centimeters across, roughly the size of a human head. Behind its jet-black pupil lies a special lens designed to capture the faintest glimmers of light. On land, such eyes serve to observe the world, yet down in the sunless depths, their purpose is somber and restrained. They are not meant to seek companions, for across tens of thousands of square kilometers of darkness, two giant squids may never meet in a lifetime. These enormous eyes exist to catch the nearly illusory faint glow of danger, the bioluminescence stirred up by its natural predator, the sperm whale. When this giant mammal dives down from the upper waters in pursuit of prey, its massive body disturbs the quiet abyss and stirs streaks of pale blue light through the dark. Upon the silent seabed, the giant squid's great eyes reflect these luminous trails, beautiful yet deadly like auroras. This glow is also a knock of fate, warning that its safe refuge has been invaded by creatures that draw breath near the surface. Yet it never panics. Slowly and gracefully, it draws in its 10 long tentacles and tucks its streamlined body into the cold current. It watches the faint light draw near and then fade away into the far darkness. No fear lingers in its eyes, only quiet acceptance of the ocean's eternal rules. If the pale blue glow cannot be avoided, the giant squid must face the most fateful encounter of its life in the silent abyss. The clash between sperm whales and giant squids is one of the oldest, most secret battles on Earth, unfolding for millions of years with no witnesses. The hunter relies on overwhelming weight and sharp teeth, while the giant squid fights back with tentacles over 10 meters long, lined with tough, toothed suckers. When the two giants collide in complete darkness, there is no roar or spray of water, only desperate twisting and wrestling within the thick seawater. The squid's tentacles wrap around the whale's massive head like cold steel cables. Hard-edged suckers dig deep into the predator's skin, leaving permanent circular scars. Beneath the oppressive depths, the giant squid strikes back steadily and resolutely with its parrot-like sharp beak, each bite filled with a strong will to survive. Such fights rarely end with a clear winner. Sometimes the giant squid becomes the whale's meal, nourishing another life. More often, after wearing out the whale's breath in a prolonged struggle, it slips free using jet propulsion and vanishes instantly into the deeper blackness. When the exhausted whale is forced to ascend toward the surface for air, the injured giant squid drifts gently back down to rest on the soft seabed. Its tentacles may be broken and its suckers damaged, yet it lies there quietly, letting the cold water soothe its wounds before returning to endless stillness once more. Free from the struggle of fate, the giant squid returns to its ordinary life, endless, unhurried, drifting across the vast dark waters. It rarely takes the initiative to hunt small fish or other soft-bodied creatures in the deep sea, mostly waiting for food to come its way. With body temperatures hovering near freezing, its metabolism slows to an unimaginable pace. A single small meal can sustain it for weeks within the silent currents. In the profound quiet of the deep night, you would see its two longest tentacles hanging down toward the unseen seabed, like threads connecting to the heart of the ocean. It drifts along ancient currents that have flowed unchanged for centuries, wandering gracefully through the shadowed depths with no earthly purpose. Its skin is covered with delicate chromatophores. When touched by faint electromagnetic disturbances, it emits a dim, restrained dark red glow. These soft flashes of light flicker in the endless dark, like faint signals sent from a lonely star on the edge of the universe, bringing a sense of peaceful seclusion. It needs no colorful coral reefs or scorching sunlight from the surface. Here in the midnight zone, darkness is its finest cloak. It builds a barrier in the deep ocean, shutting out the chaos of human civilization and the cruelty of the food chain thousands of meters above, content to live at its own gentle pace. As time moves almost imperceptibly in the timeless abyss, the giant squid enters the twilight of its life. Its body loses its former fullness, and its soft tissues, which once maintained perfect buoyancy by regulating ammonium ions, gradually weaken. Its 30-centimeter eyes, which have witnessed endless darkness and faint glimmers for years, grow cloudy. The profound depth in its gaze fades into the dull gray of old age. On a calm night, this giant creature that has hidden in the dark for most of its life slowly relaxes the powerful tentacles that once wrestled with sperm whales. It no longer resists the current or the pull of gravity. Its body sinks slowly and gently toward the unfathomable trenches that no human has ever reached. Absolute silence surrounds it all the way down. The cold seawater wraps around it layer after layer like a vast black swaddling cloth. It does not convulse or cry out like land animals in their final moments. Its passing is as quiet as a drop of water merging into the sea, subtle and deeply composed. It has never seen a sunrise or felt a sea breeze, yet in this loneliest abyss, it found pure, unguarded peace that lasts forever. When its great soft body finally settles on the fine cold silt of the seabed, its long life of seclusion in the deep sea comes to a peaceful end. When morning light brightens the sea surface thousands of meters above, golden rays scatter across the sunlit shallow waters. Yet down in the midnight zone, eternal night remains, untouched by any ray of light. The giant creature resting on the seabed eventually becomes what marine biologists call a whale fall-like carcass, nourishing tiny creatures that wander through the darkness. With its vast, soft body, it composes an ode to solitude and ultimate safety in this desolate deep-sea realm once deemed lifeless by humans. It leaves behind no thunderous roars or grand journeys, only the calm, protective currents that flow endlessly through the abyss. Beyond a world filled with noise, haste and anxiety, its isolated existence reminds us that darkness can sometimes be life's gentlest shelter. Now the tail of the abyss drifts away with the distant currents, and the hidden depths of the ocean regain their original undisturbed tranquility. The giant squid adrift in total stillness has slipped into its rest. Let the steady, soothing deep-sea sounds help you set aside all your worries. Relax your eyes, strained by the light of day, close them gently, and sink into a carefree night of peace, just as it does. In the old sailors' chilling ballads, there has long been a nightmare known as the giant sea fiend. It bore a face resembling a vengeful spirit, with 8 long legs like withered branches, set to drag anyone who fell overboard down into the deep sea and tear them apart. For hundreds of years, out of ignorance and fear of the unknown ocean, humans dubbed it the Japanese spider crab, or the killer crab, branding it the most terrifying fiend of the deep abyss. Yet when the searchlights of modern submersibles finally pierced the perpetual darkness nearly 1,000 meters below the surface, science revealed a truth that calms the soul completely. This legendary bloodthirsty sea monster is in fact an extremely gentle creature, moving so slowly that it seems to wander weightlessly through the void of space. Tonight, sit back by the gentle glow of the fire and let us delve into its life, a story you need not strive to remember. Its massive body, spanning 4 meters across, surrenders entirely to the sunless seabed. Drifting with the cold currents, it takes steady, heavy steps onward. Trapped beneath immense water pressure and endless silence, it has chosen the safest, most reserved and soothing way to survive. In this lightless expanse, it marches at a steady pace, building a secluded sanctuary within the boundless quiet. As storms die down at sea and the noise fades on land, this silent figure pacing slowly like an ancient clock in the abyss begins a long tale of tranquility and constancy. You need not wonder how it endures the crushing pressure. Just listen to the steady, soothing rhythm of its steps beneath the waves, and drift gently off to sleep. To understand the fate of the Japanese spider crab, we must leave behind the bustling shallow waters and descend into the sunless abyss hundreds of meters deep. Beneath the perpetually misty North Pacific Ocean, the seawater turns as dark as ink below 200 meters, plunging into complete blackness. This is a barren zone where time seems to stand still. No plants grow here, only organic debris known as marine snow drifts down from the upper layers. Most creatures shrink in size to survive the extreme pressure and scarce food, but the Japanese spider crab has taken a completely different path. Its 8 walking legs stretch to extraordinary lengths, supporting a huge arthropod frame that can reach 4 meters in width and weigh 20 kilograms. Its body is encased in a thick, rough orange-red carapace covered with raised bumps and thorns, looking much like an abandoned ancient machine on the seabed. Yet this seemingly intimidating exoskeleton is both its only shield and its heaviest burden. Enduring tremendous water pressure with such a large body, it must expend great effort to balance itself with every lift and placement of its legs. Thus it learns to adapt, slowing its pace almost to a standstill to conserve energy. In the profound stillness of the deep night, you might witness it slowly raising its 2 longest limbs, pausing for several seconds amid the thick seawater before lowering them with utmost restraint. In this realm of utter tranquility, the Japanese spider crab's movements are far more than mere travel, they are a ritual journey. Its legs end in sharp, hard claws that pierce the soft, fine sediment on the seabed, producing an extremely faint, rhythmic and dull grinding sound. Soft, rustling footsteps echo through the abyss, acting as a clock that measures the passage of time in a world without day or night. Its pace is unimaginably slow, a single step can take several minutes, as if every joint negotiates silently with the overwhelming water pressure. All around lies perfect silence, no wind or roaring waves. Tiny grains of sediment swirl up gently with the motion of its long legs before settling down again. Its compound eyes have long lost the ability to see clearly in the endless darkness, only capable of detecting faint bioluminescence. But clear vision is unnecessary. Fine sensory hairs on its legs pick up the slightest shifts and ripples in the currents. Following the age-old deep-sea streams that never change course, it roams the shadowy wilderness like a wanderer in space, moving with grace and composure, driven by no desire or purpose. This slow, mechanical and heavy rhythm holds a unique power to calm restlessness, turning the empty darkness into a place of safety. Even in this secluded haven, life is not without trials. The most vulnerable and critical moments for the Japanese spider crab come with molting, a life-or-death ordeal for all arthropods seeking to grow. After decades of growth, the sturdy shell that once protected it turns into an unyielding cage. When the urge to shed its old shell awakens, the giant creature ceases all movement and settles in a low-lying patch of soft mud where the currents run mild. Its body secretes special enzymes to gradually separate the old carapace from the delicate new skin beneath, a painful process that lasts for days. Eventually, a long crack opens along the top of its shell. It strains to pull its 8 lengthy legs and massive claws free bit by bit. This is its most helpless and insecure hour. The newly formed shell is soft as jelly, too fragile to support its massive frame. Even the tiniest deep-sea predator could easily wound it. It lies motionless on the mud, slowing its breath to the faintest whisper. Bathed in cold seawater, it waits patiently for days in silence until its new shell hardens. Having survived the peril of molting and regained its tough armor, the Japanese spider crab resumes its endless journey in the deep. Its long legs prevent it from chasing fast-swimming fish, so it rarely hunts actively. Instead, it serves as a scavenger of the seabed, feeding on large carcasses that drift down from the upper waters, such as whale falls and dead fish. When a massive whale body sinks into the soft mud in the quiet darkness, Japanese spider crabs kilometers away sense the vibrations through the hairs on their legs. They advance slowly from all directions with mechanical, steady steps, like an ancient silent army crossing the muddy desert toward their meal. There is no fierce fighting or noisy scrambling among them. They gather calmly around the remains and tear off pieces gently with their delicate claws. Beneath the oppressive depths, they share the gifts of nature slowly and peacefully, accepting the rules of the ocean with quiet resignation. Protected by their thick carapaces, they are shielded from the cruelty of the shallow seas and the chaos of the human world hundreds of meters above. Safe from raging storms on the surface, they live out their long lives in quiet solitude and peace. As time creaks to a near halt in the abyss, the Japanese spider crab enters the twilight of its life. It has an exceptionally long lifespan, living for a century or more in this predator-free cold sea, witnessing generations of human lives pass by. Its once vivid orange carapace fades and becomes mottled over the years, covered with gray barnacles and calcified tubes left by parasitic worms. The joints of its giant legs, which once carried it across endless muddy plains, grow stiff. Every movement demands great effort and steady breath. On a calm night, after roaming the darkness for 100 years, this ancient giant comes to a halt at the edge of an aging trench. It no longer resists the currents or the pull of the depths. Its body sinks slowly and gently into the colder, emptier void. Fine marine snow drifts down endlessly, covering its weathered shell layer by layer until it blends completely into the seabed. It passes away without convulsions or cries, just like an ancient machine running down its last spring, quiet and utterly restrained. Though it never saw a single sunrise, it found pure, unguarded peace and eternal serenity in this lonely abyss. When morning light finally brightens the surface thousands of meters above, golden rays shimmer across the blue shallow waters. Yet eternal darkness still reigns in the muddy abyss home to the Japanese spider crab, untouched by any glimmer of light. The giant that rests on the seabed becomes an essential part of the deep-sea ecosystem. Its empty shell turns into a safe shelter for tiny crustaceans. With its large and steady life, it composes an ode to solitude and unwavering perseverance in this once feared wilderness. It leaves behind no roars or grand voyages, only rows of deep footprints on the seabed, gradually smoothed away by the currents. In a world filled with noise, haste and anxiety, its reclusive existence reminds us, slow down, and life can take firm root. The tale of the abyss drifts away with the distant currents, and the remote wilderness of the deep sea returns to its original undisturbed peace. The wanderer of the dark depths has fallen into its slumber. Let the steady, heavy rhythm of the deep sea calm your heart and ease your worries. Release the tension you held to keep pace with the busy world during the day, close your eyes, and drift off into a peaceful, carefree night just like it does. Beneath the desolate, uncharted black silt of the deep ocean dwells an ancient creature forgotten by time for hundreds of millions of years. It has no true spine, no jaws, nor eyes to see the world around it. It spends its long life relying merely on its thick skin and sensitive tentacles. Many superficial observers have branded it a crude and unsettling oddity of the seabed, put off by its abundant slime and primitive appearance. Yet when modern science, calm and rational, turned its lens to the silent seabed hundreds of meters deep near Equatorial Guinea, it revealed a truth that soothes the soul entirely. Far from being a greedy predator, this long misunderstood creature is a reclusive deep-sea dweller that lives a restrained life, curling up and slumbering peacefully in the darkness, the Equatorial Guinea hagfish. Tonight, by the gentle glow of the flickering fire, let us explore its life, a story you need not strive to remember. It surrenders its ribbon-like pink body entirely to the lightless seabed mud, drifting into unconscious slumber amid the cold ocean currents. Crushed under immense water pressure and wrapped in utter stillness, it has chosen the safest, most reserved and healing way to exist in this complex world. In this sunless expanse of quiet waters, it takes the gentlest form, creating an isolated sanctuary within the all-encompassing darkness. As storms die down at sea and noises fade away on land, this silent figure coiled into a tight knot deep in the mud begins a long tale of letting go of perceptions and drifting into pure sleep. You need not wonder how it survives such extreme conditions. Just listen to the steady, soothing deep-sea hum like gentle breathing, and let yourself drift off to sleep. To understand the fate of the Equatorial Guinea hagfish, we must leave behind the lively, colorful shallow waters and descend into the pitch-black silt layers of the deep sea. Beneath the warm surface waters of Equatorial Guinea, the seawater grows as thick as ink with increasing depth, and the temperature plummets to near freezing. Hundreds of meters below the surface, there are no swaying plants or sheltering rocks, only thick soft silt accumulated from biological remains over tens of thousands of years. This is the hagfish's bedroom and lifelong home. What seems a suffocating, gloomy wasteland to humans is the tenderest and safest haven in the world for them. The hagfish has an extremely streamlined body in dusky pink or grayish-purple, entirely boneless and composed of tough, flexible cartilage and muscle. Most striking is its head. The eyes that help shallow-water creatures evade enemies and chase prey have degenerated into pale patches hidden beneath its skin. It voluntarily abandons sight, giving up the ability to observe a chaotic world rife with cruelty and deception. In perpetual darkness, eyes become not just a burden, but a source of anxiety. Freed from the disturbance of light, its mind can stay in a state of absolute tranquility. It learns to embrace degeneration to resist restlessness and to embrace numbness to accept all things, burying itself deep within the fine, cold mud. In the profound stillness of the night, you may see it sway gently, sinking into the deepest silt like a strand of silk from above the mortal world, free from all worldly thoughts. In this tranquil dark haven, the hagfish is best known for its remarkable habit of curling and knotting its body. Lacking any hard bones, it can twist and bend its form in extreme ways impossible for land creatures. When preparing for long hibernation or sensing faint shifts in the currents within the mud, it slowly draws its tail forward toward its head. Then, with a rhythm that is mechanical yet graceful and restrained, it twists its body round and round, eventually tying itself into a tight, seamless knot in the darkness. The movement unfolds as if floating through thick liquid in space. Every shift of its body and every touch of its skin takes minutes to complete. Once the knot is fully formed, the hagfish becomes a firm, round, unbroken sphere, resting quietly in the soft mud. This is neither an act of defense nor attack. Instead, it uses its own body to build the smallest yet sturdiest mental barrier against the outside world. In this state, its metabolism and heart rate drop to a fraction of their normal levels, and its breathing grows so faint it resembles a wisp of air drifting through the silt. It cuts off all connection with the outside world, drawing in its tentacles and senses to the core of its body, indulging in profound mental relaxation beneath the ocean floor. This steady, repetitive and enclosed rhythm holds a magical power to ease all worries, filling the surrounding stillness with the comforting embrace of soft earth. Even in this secluded refuge, life is not entirely without turmoil. The hagfish faces its most misunderstood and dramatic moments when conflicts arise. As a bottom-dwelling creature, it rarely takes the initiative to hunt. But when the carcasses of large marine creatures from shallow waters sink down as whale falls, a silent struggle begins. These massive remains draw countless hungry deep-sea predators, such as fierce six-gill sharks and giant isopods, which tear and scramble wildly in the dark. Faced with these giants hundreds of times its size armed with sharp teeth, the hagfish chooses not to flee. Instead, it unleashes one of the ocean's most astonishing defense mechanisms, a coat of slime. When danger draws near, hundreds of slime glands lining its body activate instantly, secreting a special substance laced with fine protein filaments. Upon contact with seawater, the substance expands tens of thousands of times in an instant, turning the water within several meters into a thick, tough gel-like slime net. The predator trying to devour the hagfish finds its mouth and gills blocked by the colorless, odorless gel, risking suffocation. It is forced to spit out the hagfish and flee in panic. Once the danger passes, the hagfish wriggles out of the slime by untying its body knot calmly and methodically. It makes no roar and shows no arrogance. In this quiet, restrained way, it keeps the cruelty of shallow waters and the ferocity of giant beasts away from its small, peaceful sanctuary. Free from external disturbances, the hagfish returns to its ordinary life, a prolonged, aimless state of dormancy. It spends over 90% of its life lying motionless in sleep. Wakefulness is merely a temporary transition. With its body temperature and metabolism hovering near freezing, a single full meal from a whale fall can sustain it for months, or even half a year, without eating or drinking amid the quiet currents. In the quiet of the night, if you delve into this world with your heart, you will see its 4 pairs of snout tentacles lying flat on the fine mud, like 8 threads connected to the pulse of the earth. It craves neither the vibrant colors of coral reefs in shallow waters nor the scorching heat of sunlight. Here in the mud hundreds of meters deep, emptiness serves as its thickest blanket. Its plain dusky pink skin becomes the perfect camouflage beneath the silt. Sometimes gentle deep-sea currents sweep away the top layer of mud, revealing its coiled body, yet it remains utterly unshaken. It erects an invisible barrier on the seabed, shielding itself from the cruelty of the food chain, the passage of time, and the anxieties of human civilization. Dwelling in the cracks of time, it maintains a meditative composure, guarding its pure, carefree nocturnal haven. As time grinds to a near standstill in the abyss, the hagfish enters the twilight of its life. Its lifespan remains a mystery to humans, for its nearly dormant lifestyle leaves few obvious signs of aging on its tough skin. Yet death is an irreversible law of nature. As it grows older, its once productive slime glands gradually weaken. Its 4 pairs of tentacles, once extremely sensitive to faint chemical changes on the seabed, lose their sharpness and hang limply in the mud. On a calm night, this reclusive dweller that has hidden quietly in the mud for most of its life stretches its body for the last time. It no longer ties itself into knots or resists the pull of the depths. Fine seabed sediments drift down like winter snow, covering its dusky pink form. All around lies dead silence. The cold, delicate mud carrying the fragrance of ancient earth envelopes and merges with it gently layer by layer. Unlike land animals that convulse and cry out in their final moments, it passes away as quietly as a drop of water blending into another, eventually becoming one with the seabed mud. Though it never gazed upon a single star, it found pure, unguarded inner peace and eternal tranquility in this lonely abyss, achieving true release in eternal rest. When morning light finally pierces the thick clouds above the waters of Equatorial Guinea, golden rays shimmer across the blue shallow sea. But eternal darkness still reigns in the muddy abyss that is home to the hagfish, untouched by any glimmer of light. The old hagfish resting in the mud has fully merged into the seabed nutrients, continuing the ancient cycle of life in the deepest ocean realms. With its soft, restrained life and its voluntary loss of sight, it composes an ode to letting go of perceptions and finding ultimate safety in this desolate mud flat long feared by humans. It leaves behind no mighty roars or grand journeys, only shallow indentations in the mud, gradually smoothed away by the currents. In a world filled with noise, haste, and endless information, its reclusive existence reminds us, sometimes, closing our eyes is the gentlest form of self-protection. The tail of the muddy abyss drifts away with the distant currents, and the remote depths return to their original undisturbed peace. The hagfish slumbering in utter stillness has fallen into its dreams. Let the steady, soothing hum of the deep sea calm your mind and ease your guard. Relax the nerves worn out from observing the busy world all day, close your eyes, and drift into a carefree night of peaceful sleep, just as it does. Deep within the oldest, bluest reaches of the ocean lies a wonder of life unshaken by the passage of time. Bearing a massive shell as solid as a boulder and equipped with broad flippers akin to wings, it traverses tens of thousands of miles across the vast ocean in a lifespan beyond human comprehension. In ancient myths and traditional culture, it is often regarded as a totem supporting the entire continent, a symbol of longevity, composure, and eternal life. Yet when modern science, rational and impartial, fitted trackers to its weathered carapace, it uncovered a solitary enigma that calms the soul completely. This centenarian creature, who has lived through generations of human civilizations, is no almighty deity. It is merely a deep-sea glider spending its whole life searching for the way home, the sea turtle. Tonight, by the soft glow of the flickering fire, let us embark on this tale that you need not trouble yourself to remember, and explore its true life. It surrenders its heavy body entirely to the warm ocean currents that have flowed unchanged for thousands of years, moving its flippers slowly and gently through the blue waters. This unhurried way of life is its chosen destiny, the safest, most reserved and most soothing path to navigate a restless and dangerous world. In this silent ocean where sunlight cannot reach every corner, it maintains a steady pace, creating a secluded spiritual refuge amid the flow of time. As storms abate at sea and neon lights fade on land, this silent figure gliding like a phantom in the water ushers in a long story of perseverance and reconciliation. You need not ponder how it finds its way across the boundless ocean. Just listen to the steady, soothing sound of waves, soft as gentle breathing, and drift off to sleep. To understand the century-long journey of a sea turtle, we must first look to the most incredible yet heart-stopping chapter at the very start of its life. Decades ago, on a quiet night, countless round eggs, no bigger than table tennis balls, hatched deep in the sand on a remote and desolate island beach. A newly hatched turtle is no larger than a human palm, its shell not yet fully hardened, fragile as a tender leaf easily torn by wind and waves. Yet the moment it opens its eyes, an ancient, unbreakable instinct is etched into its mind: race for the sea, and never stop. The short stretch of dozens of meters from the nest to the waves is fraught with greedy predators. Crabs brandish their mighty pincers, and seabirds hover with sharp beaks, all lying in wait for this brutal feast under the cover of darkness. The tiny turtle strains every muscle, flailing its delicate limbs clumsily yet desperately, leaving messy, desperate trails across the cold sand. When it finally breaks through the first rolling wave and is pulled into the embrace of the salty sea, its true long journey has only just begun. With no mother to accompany it and no group to shield it, it relies solely on its faint instinct to swim against the turbulent nearshore waves toward the dark, open ocean far beyond. This is the only time in its life that it moves in panic and haste. A single delay would consign it to oblivion at the bottom of the marine food chain. Through this cruel trial, it learns its first lesson of survival. Only by blending into the rhythm of the currents and keeping a steady pace in solitude can one endure life's relentless storms. After surviving those perilous early years known as the lost years, the turtle enters a new phase, a slow-paced life in harmony with time. It outgrows its youthful fragility, and its carapace, a blend of orange and brown, grows increasingly hard and heavy, forming a solid ancient armor. Most marine creatures evolve to gain extraordinary agility, sharp fangs, or potent venom to hunt live prey. The sea turtle takes a completely different, understated path. Its sustenance comes merely from tender seaweeds growing along reefs and boneless jellyfish drifting lazily in the currents. This simple diet means it has no need for thrilling chases and fierce hunts like sharks. What it requires instead is stamina and restraint throughout its long life. More than 90% of its existence is spent gliding at a pace that seems excruciatingly slow, almost motionless to onlookers. It drifts into the massive circulating currents spanning the ocean, such as the warm Kuroshio Current and the Gulf Stream, and stretches out its heavy body to let the water carry it. Its broad front flippers move like dark wings sweeping slowly through the water, pausing for several seconds after each stroke in the dense sea, graceful and calm. This is not laziness. Its highly specialized metabolism demands constant energy balance, allowing no waste of strength. Propelled by the currents, it wanders across the vast blue expanse at a speed of 2 kilometers per hour, undisturbed by the changing world around it and embracing its own unrushed rhythm. During these quiet, slow travels, the sea turtle possesses an extraordinary sense of direction unmatched by any other creature on Earth, a fateful instinct that transcends distance. After gliding alone across tens of thousands of kilometers for decades, witnessing countless underwater volcanic eruptions and raging sea storms, it reaches maturity. When the call to reproduce stirs on a peaceful night, the most compelling and touching journey of its life begins, the long voyage back home. Sea turtles are bound by an unwavering loyalty to their birthplace. No matter which corner of the ocean they wander to, no matter how many years have passed since they left, they must cross the entire sea to return to that exact small beach where they first hatched decades before. Without compasses or guiding starlight in the pitch-black depths thousands of meters below, how do they locate that unique spot amid the endless waters? Modern science has discovered that a remarkable geomagnetic map resides in their minds. By sensing subtle shifts in the Earth's magnetic field, they correct their course across the featureless ocean. It swims on day and night, following the cold currents. Its weathered eyes, calm as still water, reflect the boundless deep blue void, free from anxiety and confusion. The rhythm of its flippers remains gentle and steady, as if declaring to the ocean, no matter how far I roam, I will eventually return to where life began. When the elderly sea turtle finally touches the familiar yet strange shore on a high-tide night, the weight of destiny reaches its peak. For a large turtle accustomed to gliding with the buoyancy of seawater, leaving the ocean for land is an arduous, agonizing ordeal. Without the support of water, its body, weighing hundreds of kilograms, presses heavily on its delicate internal organs, making every breath a struggle. It has to drag itself across the soft fine sand using the same flippers that cut through waves at sea, heaving deep, weary sighs with every laborious move. On the dunes far from the tide line, it patiently digs a deep pit with its hind limbs, a safe cradle for the next generation. During the hours-long nesting process, large teardrops keep welling up in its eyes, mixing with sand and looking like tears of despair. These are not signs of sorrow, but a physiological response of its tear glands excreting excess salt. Yet under the glow of firelight at night, the scene carries a profound sense of fate and solemn beauty. It pours the accumulated years of its life and the weariness of its long journey into round eggs, placing them gently and carefully in the earthen nest. After covering the pit with sand, it drags its exhausted, aching body back into the ocean. The sound of waves instantly eases all its pain. Floating on the warm water beneath the long-awaited moonlight, it lets out a long, slow sigh, a profound tribute to the cycle of life. As the tides of time ebb and flow, the sea turtle enters the twilight of its century-long life. Its lifespan is so long that it witnesses the rise and fall of countless marine species, and sees wooden boats evolve into massive steel ships of humanity. Over the years, its mottled orange-brown shell grows heavier, marked with scars from reefs and encrusted with gray barnacle colonies. The giant flippers that once carried it across half the globe grow stiff at the joints, and every movement requires deliberate effort and steady breathing. On a calm night, this giant that has glided silently in the dark for 100 years swims slowly toward a gentle coral reef far from the coast. It no longer fights against the currents nor resists the pull of the deep. It lets itself drift with the cold, steady undercurrents and rests quietly on the soft silt. All around, the faint ambient sounds of the ocean linger like ancient ballads, and warm currents wash over its scarred shell, gradually taking away its last warmth. Its large eyes, 30 centimeters wide and witnesses to countless changes of the ocean, lose their sharpness, replaced by utter tranquility free from worldly cares. It closes its eyes peacefully. Unlike land creatures that convulse and cry out in their final moments, its life fades away naturally and quietly, like a wisp of wind dissolving into the breeze. It has seen the vastness of the world and endured prolonged solitude, yet it finds pure eternal rest in this safest blue haven. When the first ray of dawn pierces the thick clouds over the North Pacific, golden sunlight scatters across the blue shallow waters in countless shimmering ripples. The vast ocean, which has seen countless sea turtles travel 10,000 miles and more, looks pure and holy under the morning sun, as if nothing has ever happened. Those ancient creatures that wandered and breathed slowly in the dark the night before continue their quiet, unseen lives along the age-old warm currents. With its almost unhurried gliding rhythm, the sea turtle composes an epic of solitude, faith, and homecoming on the edge of a noisy world. It leaves behind no thunderous roars or spectacular expeditions, only traces of slow-moving flippers in the deep ocean and faint ripples on the water surface. In a world consumed by desire, haste and anxiety, its life journey reminds us, slow down, and you will hear the geomagnetic map within your heart. The tale of the deep sea fades with the receding tide, and the distant coral reefs return to their original peace. The sea turtle gliding peacefully in the currents has fallen into a sound sleep. Now, let the steady, gentle sound of waves help you lay down all your guards. Relax the nerve strain from rushing through the day, close your eyes, and drift into a soothing night of peaceful dreams, just like them. Deep within the oldest and vastest blue expanse of the ocean lives a pure form of life that has endured for nearly 500 million years. It has no brain to think, no hard bones to support its body, not even a beating heart or flowing blood. To many predators that chase speed and strength, it looks as fragile as a wisp of foam that could dissolve into the currents at any moment. Yet when modern science, calm and rational, sent underwater cameras into the pitch-black depths thousands of meters below the surface, it revealed a striking truth that calms the soul entirely. This ancient hermit, whose form has barely changed over the ages, is the jellyfish, such as the moon jellyfish, a creature that has surrendered its whole existence to the ocean. Tonight, by the soft glow of flickering flames, let us follow this tale that requires no effort to remember and explore its life. Composed of 98% seawater, its translucent body drifts along the boundless abyssal currents, contracting and expanding gently and rhythmically amid eternal silence. This simple, repetitive and delicate rhythm of life is its destined choice, the safest, most restrained and soothing way to survive in a harsh and restless world. In this sunless abyss, it creates a secluded haven of soothing natural sounds with the softest presence. As storms die down at sea and noises fade away on land, this faint, glowing figure drifting in the gloom begins a long journey about finding peace and letting go. You need not wonder how it survives without defenses. Just listen to the steady, soothing rhythm of the deep sea, soft as breathing, and drift off to sleep. To understand the seemingly ethereal fate of the moon jellyfish, we first turn to its body, simplified to the extreme yet perfect in every way. In the midnight zone thousands of meters beneath the waves, life is harsh and oppressive. Most creatures have evolved tough shells or firm muscles to withstand the immense water pressure. The jellyfish takes an entirely different path of restraint. Its body holds no rigid structures. The bell is made of two thin layers of epidermal cells with a thick gelatinous substance in between. Rich in seawater, this gel makes its density perfectly identical to the surrounding frigid depths. It never struggles against the pressure, for it is part of that overwhelming force. Every inch of its flesh and every thread of its tentacles blend seamlessly with the ocean around it. Along the edge of its dome-shaped bell lies a delicate network of nerve cells, not devised for plotting complex survival tactics, but merely to sense the slightest shifts of the currents. When the water drifts left, it leans with it. When the current sinks downward, it glides slowly along the cold pull, graceful and compliant. This is not helpless compromise, but a profound wisdom beyond resistance. Faced with the vast and unforgiving ocean, any stubborn defiance will be crushed in an instant. It abandons the pride of bones and the anxieties of a brain, leaving only its nearly transparent form to dwell quietly and unseen in the blue depths. On quiet nights, you can almost see the folds of its bell trembling softly in the dark water, like a piece of sheer silk no longer struggling against the wind, ethereal and serene. In this utterly still dark sanctuary, the jellyfish spends its entire life repeating endless, mechanical yet regular movements. Every few seconds, faint electrical signals from the nerve nodes along the bell edge trigger its muscle fibers, pulling the whole translucent bell inward in unison. The motion is light and unhurried. It gently pushes the water inside the bell backward, propelling its floating body forward by a tiny margin in the darkness. Then the muscles relax, and the bell bounces back to its full, rounded shape thanks to the natural elasticity of the gelatinous layer, waiting for the next movement to begin. Contract, expand. Contract, expand. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the dark waters hundreds of meters down, where day and night and season cease to exist, this steady rhythm becomes nature's purest clock. It serves no practical purpose, not to reach a distant destination, nor to escape impending danger. It simply exists, repeating the very act of being. Surrounded by deathly silence, the deep-sea currents that have flowed unchanged for thousands of years cradle its boneless form like a giant black cradle. In the heavy depths, only its long, thread-like tentacles trail behind, drawing soft, graceful arcs with each rise and fall of the bell. This slow, rhythmic motion turns into a visual lullaby in the shadowy depths, easing restlessness from the air and quieting the mind. Yet this seemingly peaceful refuge is not always calm. The most vulnerable and fateful moments of the jellyfish are tied to the cost of rebirth. A distant relative of ancient arthropods and mollusks, it undergoes a life cycle that is a silent spiritual practice spanning time itself. When a mature jellyfish reaches the end of its days in the darkness, its bell gradually stops contracting. Its body softens and dissolves, turning into fine sediment on the seabed. Before fading away, it releases tiny larvae onto the rugged reefs below. These larvae root themselves like plants and grow into peculiar formations known as polyps. On bitterly cold nights when storms rage across the surface, these tiny polyps cling to cracks in the dark rocks, enduring the endless rush and weight of frigid currents. Unable to move or flee, they wait patiently in the sand and shadow, conserving strength for the next transformation with quiet perseverance. Months or even years later, on a quiet dawn, the water temperature warms imperceptibly, setting fate in motion once more. Horizontal cracks appear on the polyp's body, making it look like a stack of delicate miniature plates. Eventually, the topmost plate loosens and breaks free. It twitches gently in the cold current and unfolds 8 tiny symmetrical lobes, a newly born moon jellyfish larva, no more than a few millimeters wide. The moment it separates from the parent body, it instinctively begins its first contraction and expansion. Without distress or hesitation, it embarks once more on this long drift with its simple, steady rhythm. Back in the vast deep sea, the jellyfish returns to its ordinary life, an endless, unhurried float. Lacking bones and strong muscles, it rarely launches active attacks, for its fragile body cannot sustain fierce chases or fights. Its long tentacles are lined with countless tiny stinging cells. When small plankton, also drifting blindly in the dark, brush against this sheer veil, they are gently numbed and become the nourishment that keeps the jellyfish moving. On quiet nights, if you peer into the depths, you will notice 4 horseshoe-shaped gastric patterns at the center of its bell, the only color on its body. Under faint electromagnetic activity, they emit a soft, dim blue glow. This subtle light flickers in the midnight zone, like a lonely star sending out faint signals at the edge of the universe, serene and wrapped in a strong sense of security. It needs no vibrant coral reefs nor the scorching heat of sunlight. In its secluded domain, pure emptiness is its most splendid garment. It builds an invisible barrier in the ocean depths, shielding itself from the cruelty of shallow water predators and the endless worries of the human world above. Living in harmony with the currents, it endures loneliness with tranquil resolve and gentle grace. Time slows to a standstill in the abyss, and the aging jellyfish draws near the end of its life. Its lifespan is merely a few months, yet in this timeless darkness, those months stretch out to feel like an entire century. As time passes, its once flawless and elastic translucent bell loses its fullness, and the muscles along the edges weaken. Its thread-like tentacles, once drifting freely, grow limp and fray in the cold currents, hanging listlessly in the frigid water. On a calm night, this graceful creature that has pulsed quietly for most of its life gradually ceases its steady rhythm near a deep trench. It no longer resists the flow or the pull of the depths. Fine sediments drifting down from the surface fall like winter snow, passing straight through its ethereal form. Silence prevails all around, and the cold seawater acts as a vast black cradle, slowly dissolving and diluting its remaining gelatinous substance. Unlike land creatures that convulse and cry out in their final moments, it fades away as quietly as a drop of water merging into another, utterly restrained. Though it never set foot on solid ground, it finds pure, unguarded inner peace in this loneliest abyss, becoming one with the ocean forever. Dawn finally brightens the sea surface thousands of meters above, and golden sunlight scatters across the blue shallows in countless shimmering ripples. But in the midnight zone far below, eternal darkness remains, undisturbed by any ray of light. The ancient drifter that has passed away has fully merged with the ocean, every cell and trace of its existence returning to the depths where all life began. With its translucent, unassuming life free from overthinking, it composes a profound ode to solitude and ultimate safety in this barren realm once deemed uninhabitable by humans. It leaves behind no roars or grand journeys, only the slow, calm currents of the abyss and fading ripples. In a world filled with noise, haste and anxiety, its way of life reminds us, Sometimes, to let go of defenses and flow with the tide is the gentlest form of self-protection. The tail of the abyss drifts away with the distant currents, and the secluded depths return to their original undisturbed peace. The jellyfish that rose and fell in utter silence has fallen into its dreams. Now, let the steady, soothing ambient sounds of the deep sea help you lay down all your guards. Relax the tired nerves tense throughout the day, close your eyes, and drift into a carefree night of peaceful sleep, just like it does. Faded nautical logs left by whalers of old often record a mysterious sound that travels across tens of thousands of meters of ocean. Ethereal and prolonged, it is now and then a deep sigh, and then a lingering melody echoing endlessly through the dark waters. Even the most restless sailors would fall into prolonged silence upon hearing it. For centuries, as humans held awe and wonder toward the sea, this sound was shrouded in legend as the siren song, a spectral presence both mysterious and soothing across the ocean. Yet when modern acoustic instruments finally captured the peculiar frequencies rising from depths 2,000 meters below the surface, science revealed a truth that calms the soul to the core. Widely recognized by medical experts as a natural lullaby that eases mental tension, this sound is no divine miracle. It is the soliloquy of a lonely wanderer journeying far and wide, the humpback whale. Tonight, by the glow of flickering flames, let us follow this unhurried tale and learn about its life. These creatures surrender their massive bodies, weighing dozens of tons, to the boundless blue depths, drifting slowly with the frigid currents. They weave a shield of tranquility with their songs in the darkness, a restrained, understated and profound way of coping with a restless world. Amid these sunless, silent waters, their gentle tones craft a secluded haven for the mind. When storms subside at sea and commotion fades on land, this quiet figure gliding and singing like a phantom in the abyss unfolds a long story of trust and solitude. You need not ponder how they survive in this vast ocean. Simply listen to the steady, soothing whale song, soft and rhythmic as breathing, and let yourself drift into sleep. To understand the century-long journey of the humpback whale, we begin with the most incredible and poignant chapter of its life. Decades ago, in the frigid waters near the Antarctic ice edge, a realm of dim, lifeless blue, a newborn calf took its first breath amid icy waves, snuggling close to its mother's huge, rough belly. These nutrient-rich waters teeming with plankton could not be their permanent home, for the brutal polar winter was drawing near, freezing the sea surface over vast areas. To survive, mother and calf had to travel 8,000 kilometers across the ocean to the warm equatorial waters before blizzards sealed the sea entirely. This was the only race against time and survival in the calf's life. Its tender skin had not yet grown a thick layer of blubber to fend off the bitter cold. The mother sheltered it beneath her 5-meter-long pectoral fins, pushing steadily against fierce undercurrents as they journeyed north toward the unknown warmth. Over months of travel, the young whale learned to adapt to the constant rumble of flowing water deep beneath the waves, and to find comfort in the steady beat of its mother's heart amid fear. The deadliest part of the voyage lay in narrow straits patrolled by orcas. The mother would hold her breath, gliding cautiously through the dark sediment on the seabed. Every trip to the surface for air was a gamble with fate. This long, arduous journey etched deep within the whale's soul the ancient wisdom of tides, restraint and solitude. When the calf matures into a full-grown giant over 10 meters long and dozens of tons in weight, it inherits the species' most precious legacy, the whale song. Among all marine mammals, the humpback whale's song stands as a remarkably structured and astonishing musical epic. Lacking vocal cords like humans, they produce their ethereal, low-frequency calls by circulating air between their large throats and specialized nasal cavities. These deep sounds easily bypass underwater reefs and travel hundreds of kilometers through the dense, cold seawater. As night falls over the North Pacific and winds die down beneath the stars, adult male humpback whales begin their midnight chants. They swim to tranquil waters several hundred meters deep where currents run steady, suspending their massive bodies at an angle. With heads slightly lowered and enormous wing-like pectoral fins fully outstretched, they move with elegant composure, like ancient hermits wandering alone across the cosmos. Then the first low note breaks the silence, deep and resonant as a giant drum struck in the abyss, steady and slow, wrapping around the mind irresistibly. They sing for hours on end, even through entire nights, their melodies woven with complex notes and long pauses, free of any worldly purpose. They do not sing to boast or vent sorrow. Instead, they use these gentle frequencies to claim their quiet domain in the ocean, moving at their own peaceful pace. Nevertheless, this haunting song once endured a dark and painful chapter in modern history. In the heyday of industrial whaling, fleets of iron steam-powered vessels tore across the once peaceful abyss. Armed with harpoons and cruel sonar equipment, humans turned the humpback whale's blue sanctuary into a blood-stained slaughterhouse. Gentle by nature, slow-moving, and bound by strong family ties, humpbacks became easy targets for hunters. During those grim years, countless great bodies sank beneath the waves amid mournful cries, and one by one, the songs faded along the ancient migration routes. Most heartbreaking of all were the lonely survivors calling out desperately on quiet nights after storms. They repeated their ancestral melodies again and again across empty, silent waters, their bodies trembling slightly in the cold currents as they waited for a familiar response, for a trace of warmth to rely on in the endless ocean. Yet nothing answered but the monotonous drone of moving water. Crushed under the immense weight of the sea, overwhelming loneliness left deep and restrained scars upon this ancient species. Even in despair, their tail beats never turned frantic like those of land creatures. Calm and unwavering, they endured the hardships of their era in quiet stillness. Having survived the near catastrophe, the remaining humpback whales returned to their slow, unchanging routines in the ocean depths, living like devoted ascetics. Their lives follow an eternal cycle, feeding in summer and migrating in winter. During the brief Antarctic summer, they dive to the cold seabed hundreds of meters down and hunt krill with an ingenious technique known as bubble net feeding, cooperating calmly with their kin. Swimming in a perfect circle, they release streams of fine, uniform bubbles that rise to form a shimmering wall of air, trapping swarms of krill at its center. Then the older whales slowly open their vast, valley-like mouths and surge upward from below. There is no vicious competition or fighting among them. The whole scene unfolds like a silent opera rehearsed for centuries, graceful and solemn. As winter approaches, they stop feeding entirely. For months, during migrations spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, they live off the fat stored in their bodies. On quiet nights, one can sense them journeying onward along age-old warm currents. Covered in barnacles and scars carved by time, they glide through the empty depths, shielding themselves from the cruelty of the food chain and the passage of time within their own quiet realm. Time slows to a standstill in the abyss, and elderly humpback whales draw near the end of their lives. Their lifespan is extraordinarily long, long enough to witness wild coastlines transformed into bustling human cities lit up around the clock. In old age, the oil layers that once kept them buoyant diminish, and their mighty pectoral fins lose their former flexibility. On a calm night, this giant that has wandered and sung through a century drifts toward gentle coral reefs far from the continents. No longer resisting the currents or the pull of the deep, its body sinks slowly and peacefully into remote trenches untouched by humans. Surrounded by utter silence, the cold seawater enfolds it like a vast black cradle. It passes away without convulsions or cries, as quietly as a drop of water merging into another, a magnificent and tender natural phenomenon called whale fall. Its colossal body settles upon the soft, cold seabed, sustaining hundreds of deep-sea creatures for centuries to come. Having seen the breadth of the world and endured endless solitude, it finally finds pure, unguarded peace in this safest blue sanctuary of the ocean. Dawn breaks through thick clouds over the North Pacific, and golden sunlight scatters across the shallow blue waters in countless sparkling ripples. Yet in the eternal darkness of the abyss where the whale rests, no ray of light disturbs the peace. The old whale that has become a whale fall has merged completely with the ocean. Every cell and trace of its existence returns to the depths where all life began. With its grand, restrained life filled with song, it composes an immortal ode to solitude and ultimate peace upon the desolate seabed. It leaves behind no roars or grand voyages, only the slow, calm currents of the abyss and faint ripples on the water surface. In a world driven by desire, haste and anxiety, its solitary existence reminds us, slow down, and life will flourish even in solitude. The tail of the abyss drifts away with the distant currents, and the ocean depths return to their original undisturbed tranquility. The humpback whale that wandered silently through the dark has fallen into dreams. Now, let the steady, soothing whale song ease all your worries. Release the tension and fatigue built up from rushing through the day, close your eyes, and drift into a carefree, peaceful night of sleep, just like it does. Natural geometry, a field long explored by human science, holds a mathematical pattern regarded as the supreme miracle of the universe. It is an exquisite, seamless Fibonacci spiral that strictly follows the golden ratio of 1 to 1.618. This shape can be seen everywhere, from the spiral arms of vast galaxies to the eye walls of small storms. Yet rarely does such a precise geometric form take shape so vividly within the body of a delicate living creature. When modern submersibles ventured into the pitch-black depths thousands of meters below the North Pacific Ocean, science uncovered a striking truth that calms the soul profoundly. This bearer of the universe's finest geometric beauty is no sophisticated creation of advanced intelligence. It is a reclusive deep-sea dweller, the Nautilus, a slow-moving creature whose brain has barely evolved over hundreds of millions of years on Earth. Tonight, by the glow of flickering flames, let us embark on this simple tale and learn about its life. Carrying shells weighing several kilograms, they dwell entirely in the lightless abyss. In water close to 0 degrees Celsius, they rise and sink steadily by adjusting the gas chambers inside their bodies. This extremely slow and rhythmic vertical movement, much like the steady work of a mechanical bellows, is their safest and most restrained way to survive in a restless world, leaving no room for error. Amid these sunless, silent currents, they set a tranquil pace and build a secluded sanctuary deep within the utter stillness. When storms fade above the waves and noises die away on land, this quiet figure glides gently through the abyss, balanced by internal air. Thus begins a long journey of peace and rhythmic breathing. You need not wonder how it survives with limited vision. Simply listen to the soothing deep-sea hum, steady and soft as breath, and drift off into sleep. To understand the Nautilus and its fate spanning hundreds of millions of years, we must leave behind the noisy, colorful shallow waters and dive into the midnight zone where light ceases to exist. In the evolutionary hierarchy of the ocean, most creatures have developed extraordinary agility, sharp teeth, or massive bodies to compete for survival. The Nautilus chose an entirely different path of restraint. Since the ancient Ordovician period, it has encased its soft body within a hard, heavy calcium carbonate shell marked with mottled stripes. The shell is not solid. Thin calcareous partitions divide its interior into more than 30 independent hollow chambers, connected by a central siphuncle. The largest outermost chamber is the living chamber, home to the Nautilus and its dozens of suckerless tentacles. The remaining chambers act as an ingenious deep-sea buoyancy system, essential for maintaining balance under immense water pressure. To descend to the frigid seabed thousands of meters down, the central siphuncle slowly pumps dense seawater into the chambers to increase weight. When night falls and food grows scarce on the seabed, it gradually drains the water through osmotic pressure, leaving only thin nitrogen to rise toward shallower waters in search of tiny invertebrates. This vertical movement unfolds at an unimaginably slow pace. A single ascent or descent takes hours, even an entire day, to complete in the thick seawater. This slowness is not clumsiness. Beneath pressure strong enough to crush steel submarines, any sudden movement would be a pointless waste of its limited life energy. In this utterly quiet dark realm, every rise and fall of the Nautilus forms a silent symphony of life rhythms. Its body temperature hovers near freezing, and its metabolism slows to an incredible degree. Every intake of gas and release of water follows a steady, measured beat. On quiet nights, one can observe its orange and white triangular body rising, pausing and sinking repeatedly with the shift of gas inside the chambers. In the timeless midnight zone, it is like an unceasing mechanical clock, marking the passage of existence at a gentle pace. Surrounded by profound silence, ancient deep-sea currents that have flowed unchanged for millennia cradle its heavy shell like a vast black cradle. Over hundreds of millions of years of evolution, the Nautilus's eyes have lost their lenses and vitreous bodies, devolving into primitive pinhole-like visual organs. To them, the world is a blur of shadows, lacking sharp outlines and bright colors, with only faint variations in light intensity. They have no need for clear vision, for seeing clearly means complex judgment, which often brings unnecessary fear and anxiety. In this dim world, they rely solely on sensitive chemical receptors on their tentacles to detect subtle chemical signals in the currents, living peacefully at their own unhurried pace. Nevertheless, this seemingly isolated haven has endured devastating upheavals throughout Earth's long history. The Nautilus is a true ancient survivor that has witnessed multiple mass extinctions. It lived through the rise and fall of the dinosaurs, and watched countless prehistoric creatures such as trilobites and ammonites vanish into ashes. Geomagnetic reversals and comet impacts that brought extreme cold repeatedly turned the shallow seas into brutal killing fields. During these catastrophic eras, the Nautilus faced its greatest trials, forced to retreat into ever deeper, colder abyss to escape the chaos above. When upper water layers became uninhabitable due to oxygen depletion and acidification, the Nautilus sank further into the dark trenches. Under overwhelming pressure, the calcareous partitions and siphuncle inside its shell emitted faint, dull cracking sounds. Echoing through the silent depths, these tiny noises carried a hint of alarm, a silent protest of an entire species teetering on the brink of extinction. Even in mortal danger, they never altered their perfect spiral shells to adapt to external changes. They simply retracted deep into their shells and quieted their senses. With enduring stillness and tough defenses, they withstood the weight of changing eras and survived apocalyptic storms with remarkable perseverance. Having outlived the great extinctions, surviving Nautiluses returned to their peaceful routines within their geometric shells. They retain the ancient habits of their ancestors. Unlike creatures that migrate across vast distances, they spend their lives wandering vertically within a limited range of several hundred meters. More than 80% of their time is spent floating motionless or resting. For them, wakefulness is merely a temporary state. On quiet nights, one can picture their delicate tentacles spreading gently in the cold currents, like threads connecting to the pulse of the deep earth. With body temperature staying near freezing year-round, a meal of tiny dead fish and shrimp scraps can sustain them for weeks without eating. They crave neither the vivid colors of coral reefs nor the intense warmth of shallow waters. In this midnight zone, pure darkness is their most elegant cloak. Their hard calcium carbonate shells are patterned with regular reddish-brown stripes, appearing simple and restrained under faint deep-sea electromagnetic interference. They form an invisible barrier on the ocean floor, shielding themselves from the ferocity of shallow-water predators and the relentless rush and worries of human civilization. Living in the crevices of time, they embrace solitude with serene calm and gentle composure, following a rhythm akin to meditation. Time moves almost imperceptibly in the abyss, and elderly nautiluses gradually reach the end of their lives. Protected from natural enemies and storms in these frigid waters, they can live for decades, where time seems to lose its meaning. Yet aging is an irreversible law of nature. In old age, the once highly sensitive siphuncle that regulates osmotic pressure grows weaker. The calcareous walls of newly formed chambers fade to a dull gray stained by time, and their precise buoyancy control begins to falter. On a calm night, this ancient creature that has drifted through the darkness for most of its life lingers for the last time at the edge of a trench. It stops adjusting the water inside its chambers and yields to the pull of the deep. Fine sediments drifting down from above fall like winter snow, covering its mottled shell. Wrapped in absolute silence, the cold, soft mud carrying the scent of the primeval ocean gradually envelopes its heavy geometric shell. It passes away without convulsions or cries, as quietly as a precision clock winding down after hundreds of millions of years. It has never set foot on land, yet in this loneliest abyss, it finds pure, unguarded eternal peace, merging finally with the ocean. Dawn breaks over the sea thousands of meters above, and golden sunlight scatters across the sparkling shallow waters. But in the midnight zone where the Nautilus rests, eternal darkness remains undisturbed. Its shell will gradually erode into calcium carbonate minerals, becoming an inseparable part of the ocean. With its tough, restrained existence free from complex thought, it composes an immortal ode to solitude and ultimate peace upon the desolate seabed. It leaves behind no mighty roars or grand journeys, only the slow, tranquil currents of the abyss and delicate spiral ripples symbolizing perfection. In a world consumed by desire, haste and anxiety, its solitary life reminds us, staying true to your own rhythm is the gentlest form of self-protection. The tail of the abyss drifts away with the distant currents, and the ocean depths return to their original undisturbed tranquility. The Nautilus that rose and fell silently in the darkness has fallen into dreams. Now, let the steady, soothing hum of the deep sea ease all your defenses. Release the tension and fatigue from rushing through the day, close your eyes, and follow its gentle breathing rhythm into a carefree, peaceful night of sleep. ###. Beneath the ancient glaciers of Greenland, perpetually shrouded in blizzards, lies a legend of life that has long defied the laws of time. While the last emperor of the Ming dynasty met his tragic end on Coal Hill, while steam engines belched smoke at the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, and while humanity finally cast its anchors toward the unknown surface of the moon, a massive, heavy creature drifted slowly through the pitch-black abyss 2,000 meters beneath the Arctic Circle, moving at a speed of less than 2 kilometers per hour. It has no sharp fangs for fierce attacks, nor mighty roars to shake the ocean. Its flesh even carries a pungent putrid odor due to the accumulation of trimethylamine oxide over the years. Yet this creature, often misunderstood as slow, clumsy and even ugly, has quietly set a record for the longest lifespan among vertebrates on land and sea as it drifts through the tides of time. It is the ancient elder dwelling in the frigid hidden depths of the Arctic Ocean, the Greenland shark. Tonight, by the glow of flickering flames, let us follow this simple tale and explore the true story of its life. It surrenders its one-ton body entirely to the pitch-black seabed where temperatures hover around 0 degrees Celsius, swaying its tail fin with extreme restraint and slowness amid the thick currents. This state of existence, almost blending into the surrounding stillness, embodies its wisest, most reserved and soothing survival strategy in the harsh natural world. In these silent currents untouched by sunlight, it maintains a steady pace and creates an isolated spiritual haven that has sustained it for 4 centuries. When storms die down on the sea and noises fade away on land, this ghost-like figure gliding gently through the abyss ushers in a long story about safety and eternal life. You need not wonder how it survives in this vast icy ocean. Just listen to the steady, soothing Arctic ambient sounds, soft and rhythmic as breathing, and drift off into sleep. To comprehend the 4-century-long journey of the Greenland shark, we must leave behind the noisy, colorful shallow waters and dive into the frigid abyss where light never reaches. Beneath the dark waters dotted with massive icebergs between Greenland and Iceland, the seawater turns as dense as ink below a depth of 200 meters. On the silty seabed 1,000 meters down, temperatures stay between -1 and -2 degrees Celsius all year round, a frigid sanctuary where time stands still. Most shallow water fish would instantly develop tiny ice crystals in their blood upon entering these waters. The crystals would rupture their cells, snuffing out life within minutes. But the Greenland shark has taken a completely different path of survival. Unlike whales with thick subcutaneous fat, its cells are filled with high concentrations of urea and trimethylamine N-oxide. These metabolic wastes, harmful to terrestrial creatures, act as a perfect natural antifreeze, keeping its bodily functions running normally even at sub-zero temperatures. Its huge body is covered with rough, grainy gray-brown skin, marked with old scars left by collisions with reefs and encounters with predators over countless years. It lacks the streamlined, powerful muscles of great white sharks that cut through waves effortlessly. Its body looks bulky and ponderous, with flesh as soft as cotton. Every movement of its broad, thick tail fin is unhurried, like wandering slowly through dense liquid in the endless void of space. This slowness is not laziness or stupidity. In sub-zero conditions, any unnecessary movement or struggle would be a futile waste of limited life energy. It has learned to stay as calm as still water and endure as firmly as rock, settling peacefully in this safest void with unwavering perseverance. In this utterly tranquil dark haven, the Greenland shark is most misunderstood for its enormous eyes, which have long lost the ability to see clearly. If you ever catch sight of it through the dim searchlights of a submersible, you will notice two strange white tentacle-like parasites clinging to its eyeballs. These tiny crustaceans, known as copepods, attach themselves to the shark's cornea long before it grows old and feed on its eye tissue. To humans, this would be an agonizing torment, stripping the apex predator of its sight and veiling its pupils in a permanent layer of dull gray. Yet in this sunless silent abyss, these degraded eyes, which can only detect faint bioluminescence, become a gentle cloak woven by fate. In a world without light, eyes are not just an extra burden but a source of anxiety. Freed from the distractions of chaotic colors, its mind remains in a state of absolute peace. It never panics at the shadows of predators like shallow water creatures, nor wanders aimlessly across the endless currents in search of companions. The faintly glowing parasites on its eyes even serve as lures, drawing in hagfish and small fish to sustain its life. It lets go of the pride of sight and the obsession to perceive the world, relying entirely on the sensitive lateral line bristles across its skin to detect the slightest shifts in ocean currents. It builds an invisible barrier on the seabed, enduring the erosion of time and tides. It moves at its own unhurried pace, embracing loneliness with profound calm and gentleness. Nevertheless, this slow-paced epic unfolding in the abyss has witnessed its darkest and most painful moments throughout the shark's long life. The species endures an extremely prolonged and tragic period of solitude. A Greenland shark must swim alone in the icy darkness for a full 150 years before reaching physical maturity. 150 years is long enough for generations of humans to live out their lives and witness the rise and fall of dynasties. But for the Greenland shark, it is merely the first step into adulthood. For over a century and a half, it lives with physical fragility and overwhelming loneliness. Reproduction brings even greater hardships. Female Greenland sharks carry their young for years, and each newborn pup is as fragile as a tender leaf in the vast Arctic Ocean. In modern times, commercial whaling and deep-sea fishing have repeatedly violated this once peaceful sanctuary. Heavy wire fishing nets have dragged female sharks that had lived for 2 centuries and finally reached breeding age brutally up from the silty seabed hundreds of meters below the surface. Torn away from the buoyancy of seawater and exposed to the bitter Arctic winds and glaring human lights, the high concentrations of urea in their blood break down fatally due to changes in air pressure. Unable to roar or escape, they struggle slowly and numbly as always, bearing the heavy impact of human civilization in silent suffering. Shattered eggs and unborn young linger as eternal echoes in the abyss, leaving indelible scars buried in the dark silt. Having survived the turmoil of changing times and the perils of reproduction, the remaining Greenland sharks return to their slow, unchanging routines in the deep ocean. True hermits of the sea, they never embark on long-distance migrations, only drifting vertically within a limited range of several hundred meters. More than 90% of their lives are spent floating motionless or resting. Wakefulness is merely a temporary state. With body temperature and metabolism lingering near freezing all year round, a single full meal from the carcass of another sleeper shark or a whale fall can sustain them for months without feeding. On quiet nights, if you immerse your mind in the depths, you will see its huge tail fin resting gently on the fine mud, like two threads connecting to the pulse of the earth. It craves neither the vibrant colors of coral reefs nor the intense heat of shallow waters. Here in the silted depths, emptiness becomes its warmest blanket. Its plain gray-brown skin holds no gorgeous hues, yet it serves as the perfect camouflage against the mud. Even when gentle deep-sea currents sweep away the top layer of silt and reveal its body, it remains utterly unperturbed. It erects an invisible barrier against the cruelty of the food chain, the passage of time and the restlessness of the human world, dwelling in the cracks of time. With meditative restraint, it lives out its lonely existence in the darkness with serene grace. As time nearly grinds to a halt in the abyss, the 400-year-old Greenland shark enters the final chapter of its life. Its lifespan is so extraordinary that it has witnessed wooden pirate ships evolve into massive steel vessels on the Arctic Ocean, and countless empires rise and fall on land. In old age, the internal ducts that once perfectly regulated osmotic pressure weaken, and its large pectoral fins gradually lose their flexibility. On a calm night, this giant that has wandered in solitude for 4 centuries slows its steady mechanical movements to a stop at the edge of a trench. It no longer resists the currents or the pull of the deep, sinking gently and slowly into the untouched abyssal depths. Absolute silence surrounds it. The cold, fine mud, carrying the ancient scent of the ocean, envelopes its massive body layer by layer. It passes away without convulsions or cries, as quietly as a drop of water merging into another. It has never gazed at the stars or set foot on land, yet in this loneliest hidden realm, it has found pure, unshakable peace. When its huge body finally settles as part of the seabed, this 4-century-long hermitage in the deep sea draws to a quiet and perfect end. Dawn finally breaks through the thick icy clouds above the Arctic Ocean, and golden sunlight scatters across the sparkling shallow waters. But in the abyss where the old shark rests, eternal darkness remains undisturbed. The ancient giant has become an inseparable part of the ocean, every cell and trace of its existence returning to the depths where all life originates. With its long, restrained life, having long abandoned the use of sight, it composes an immortal ode to solitude and ultimate peace upon the desolate seabed. It leaves behind no deafening roars or grand voyages, only the slow, tranquil currents of the abyss and fading ripples. In a world consumed by desire, haste and anxiety, its reclusive life reminds us, slow down, and life will achieve true longevity and peace even in solitude. The tail of the abyss drifts away with the distant currents, and the deep sea regains its original undisturbed tranquility. The Greenland shark that slumbered peacefully in the utter stillness has returned to its dreams. Now, let the steady, soothing ambient sounds of the deep sea ease all your guards. Release the tension and exhaustion accumulated from rushing through the day, close your eyes, and follow its gentle rhythm into a carefree and peaceful night of sleep. When you close your eyes late at night and think of Sparta, what comes to mind are bronze shields, unyielding battle lines, and the legendary king who spilled his last drop of blood at Thermopylae. Yet hidden in the shadows of history lies another man bearing the name Leonidas. He did not perish amid spears and arrows. Instead, clad in Persian silk, a fabric the Spartans scorned, he wove cold intrigues deep within marble palaces. This is Leonidas II, an exile driven from his warlike homeland who clawed his way back to the throne from the darkness. Throughout his life, he defied ancient traditions, yet became the cruelest and most steadfast guardian of the old order. Tonight, by the glow of flickering flames, let us follow this tale and journey into the true story of his life. We shall see how a prince raised in foreign luxury unleashed a silent yet deadly power struggle within this ancient city ruled by two co-kings. When a young reformer sought to save a crumbling Sparta with lofty ideals, it was Leonidas II who quietly tightened the noose to strangle those dreams beneath the cover of night. This is no rousing heroic epic, but a cold game of human nature and destiny, slowly unfolding across the marble floors of the midnight hours. The story begins not with clashing weapons, but with olive trees swaying gently in the night wind across the plains of Laconia. Sparta operated under a unique system of dual kingship. Two royal families held twin thrones for generations, checking and balancing one another. When the young and ambitious Agis IV ascended one throne, the aging, brooding Leonidas II sat across from him. Sparta was no longer the mighty military empire of old. Years of warfare and concentrated wealth had left fewer than 700 true citizens. Most people had lost their lands, struggling to survive in poverty and debt. Deeply troubled by this plight, the young Agis IV resolved to launch radical reforms. He planned to cancel all debts and redistribute land fairly, hoping to restore the purity and glory of the age of Lycurgus. Such measures struck directly at the core interests of Sparta's nobles and wealthy elite. As the other king, Leonidas II watched the young ruler's passion with a faint, knowing smirk. Leonidas II was no native Spartan warrior. He had spent much of his early life immersed in the Persian-style courts of the Seleucid Empire. There, he learned to mask schemes with fragrant spices and hide daggers beneath silk robes, growing accustomed to the absolute authority and lavish lifestyle of Eastern monarchs. When he returned to Sparta to claim his crown, he brought with him a Persian wife, indulgent customs despised by his people, and profound skill in court intrigue. To the conservative nobles, who trembled at the thought of losing their possessions, this unconventional old king became their only hope. Inside the palace, dancing candlelight stretched Leonidas II's gaunt and stately figure. He began holding secret meetings with discontented nobles, weaving a web spun from self-interest, greed, and fear throughout Sparta's night. He told them that youthful ideals were nothing but naive fantasies. To shatter these illusions, they need only wait for a fatal excuse to brand the reformers as traitors to the state. Storms often arrive quietly, creeping through the gaps between age-old rituals and laws. Encouraged by the cheers of commoners, the young Agis IV pressed forward. He turned to the ephors, officials who held the highest judicial power in the city, and forced the reform bills into effect. Leonidas II never confronted him with loud speeches in the public assembly. He knew that in Sparta, what truly killed men was not impassioned oratory, but ancient taboos carved into stone and parchment. To remove Leonidas II as an obstacle, Lysander, an ephor aligned with the reformers, unearthed a long-forgotten law. Members of the Spartan royal family were forbidden to marry foreign women or reside abroad for long periods. Leonidas II's years in the Persian court and his Persian wife became irrefutable evidence against him. It was a moonless night, and the stars glowed coldly across the deep blue sky. Temple priests gazed upward, seeking divine omens. By Spartan tradition, every 9 years, the ephors would sit and watch the stars on clear, moonless nights. If a shooting star streaked across the sky, it meant the king had offended the gods and must be suspended from power to await divine judgment. Lysander and the reformers claimed they had seen a falling star, declaring that the gods had turned against Leonidas II for wearing Persian silk. Faced with the pressure of religious authority and premeditated accusations, Leonidas II remained patient and restrained. He did not mobilize his guards or put up open resistance, choosing instead a dignified retreat. Slowly removing his ornate foreign robes, he donned a simple Spartan cloak and went alone to the temple of Athena for sanctuary. Inside the temple, he listened to the cheers of commoners outside and the slanders against his reputation, feeling no anger, only the bitter cold of a Laconian winter night. He understood that Agis IV's reforms had shaken far too many foundations. The people's fervor would fade as quickly as it had flared, and those who now stayed silent would become his pawns for revenge when the reckoning came. Soon afterward, under the cover of darkness, Leonidas II left Sparta silently with his eldest son Cleomenes, setting off into exile in Tegea. The days of exile were long and quiet. Cold mountain winds swept across Tegea, weathering Leonidas II's features further. Back in Sparta, without Leonidas II to keep him in check, Agis IV entered the most glorious yet dangerous period of his life. The reformers installed Cleombrotus, Leonidas II's son-in-law, on the vacant throne, aiming to turn both seats of power into tools for reform. Yet idealism is fatally flawed for its tendency to see the world as perfect. Agis IV cancelled all debts and burned every record of loans. Flames soared high in the public square that day, and commoners danced with joy, believing a new era had dawned. But when it came to the crucial next step of land redistribution, those who had benefited from the reforms began to make excuses and delay. They were happy to erase their own debts, but unwilling to share land with the poor. Meanwhile, summoned by an ally in need, Agis IV had to lead Sparta's finest young warriors to fight at the Isthmus of Corinth. The young king displayed impeccable military discipline and traditional Spartan bravery on the battlefield. He did not know, however, that the utopia built upon his ideals was collapsing behind him. Reformist officials left in the city grew corrupt and reckless. The common people, who had waited in hope, found themselves still landless amid growing chaos and disillusionment. Night after night, wealthy conservatives who had once hidden in the shadows sent messengers to Tegea. They carried gold, news of the turmoil in Sparta, and sealed letters swearing allegiance. Sitting beside a fireplace, Leonidas II watched the flames consume the scrolls, his expression utterly impassive. He waited for the moment when the people's faith in ideals died out and the nobles could no longer endure the chaos, the moment he would reclaim his throne. While Agis IV fought far to the north for the honor of his allies, the gates of Sparta were quietly opened one midnight. There were no fierce battles or deafening shouts. With mercenaries hired by gold, Leonidas II returned to Sparta's marble streets like a ghost. The air carried the distinctive scent of earth and bronze of Laconia, but this time, the old man exiled by Persia held the fate of the city in his hands. Commoners who had once cheered for reform shut their doors in fear at the sound of horse hooves and cold spears. Leonidas II's restoration was swift and ruthless. He held no grand celebrations and went straight to his throne. His first act was to depose Cleombrotus, his son-in-law, who had seized power during his exile. Before the Senate and marble pillars, Leonidas II stared coldly at the trembling man kneeling before him, his eyes devoid of warmth, filled only with the unyielding authority of a ruler. As punishment was about to be delivered, his daughter Chilonis, Cleombrotus' wife, rushed into the palace in black mourning robes with disheveled hair. A true Spartan woman, she had chosen to accompany her father into exile rather than stay with her husband years before. Now that her father had returned to power, she stood beside her defeated husband, shielding him from the king's wrath. Between the paternal love he felt for his beloved daughter and the cold calculation of a politician, a silent struggle raged within Leonidas II. For a long moment, only the crackle of torches echoed through the hall. In the end, he relented. He spared his son-in-law's life, sentencing him to exile and allowing his daughter to go with him. Watching his daughter walk away resolutely, Leonidas too knew he had regained the throne but severed forever a part of his family's affection. Time was running short, for Agis IV was already approaching Sparta's borders. Tragedy in history often reaches its climax within places meant to offer safety. Upon returning, Agis IV saw that his cause was lost. The people who had cheered him now stayed indoors, and noble troops blocked the streets. Following Leonidas II's old example, he fled to the Bronze House Temple to seek refuge. In ancient Sparta, temples were sacred ground. To shed blood within their walls would bring eternal curses from the gods. Leonidas too had learned well in Persia never to confront deep-rooted beliefs directly. Instead, he chose to erode such defenses by preying on human greed and betrayal. He did not send soldiers to storm the temple. Instead, he dispatched several young men who had once been Agis IV's closest and most trusted friends. Putting on friendly faces, they visited the fallen king every day. They brought fine food and false news of peace, gradually lowering Agis IV's guard. They even accompanied him on trips to a nearby bathhouse late at night before safely escorting him back, convincing him that Leonidas II only wished to secure his rule and had no intention of killing him. It was all an elaborate psychological trap, and every seemingly safe trip paved the way for the final blow. On an exceptionally bleak night, thick fog rose from the banks of the Eurotas River, enveloping all of Sparta in mist and stillness. As usual, Agis IV left the temple with his companions to head for the bathhouse. Along the way, they spoke softly of Sparta's future and the laws of Lycurgus. But when they turned into a dark alley, the friends beside him suddenly seized his shoulders and arms, throwing him to the ground. From the shadows, ephors and fully armed soldiers arranged by Leonidas II swarmed forward, binding the young king's wrists with cold iron chains. Looking up, Agis IV saw guilt and greed in the eyes of those who had once sworn loyalty to him. He did not struggle, but let out a long, weary sigh. He was dragged through the night to Sparta's dark, damp prison. There would be no trial, no chance to defend himself, only a political execution orchestrated behind the scenes by Leonidas II. Torchlight flickered dimly inside Sparta's prison, stretching shadows across the walls like hideous phantoms. Leonidas II did not visit the cell himself. Seated in the warmth of his palace, he swirled wine in an exotic cup, waiting quietly for the night to reveal its final outcome. Inside the cell, ephors bribed by the conservatives hastily questioned Agis IV, demanding whether he regretted his reforms and admitted to offending Spartan traditions. Wrapped in tattered clothing, Agis IV looked pale yet bright-eyed. He replied calmly, "I have no regret for following in the footsteps of Lycurgus. Even in death, my soul is freer than yours, who have betrayed our homeland." These words enraged the rulers and filled them with dread. Fearing a popular uprising at dawn, they ordered an immediate hanging. The executioner was an elderly Spartan. Holding a rough rope, he stood before Agis IV. At the sight of the young king's fearless and noble face, the seasoned man broke down in tears, unable to carry out the deed. Agis IV smiled and comforted him. "Why weep, my friend? I die for justice and the soul of Sparta. Those who sent me here are the ones who should mourn forever." With that, he placed his own neck into the cold noose. The creak of tightening rope echoed sharply in the silence. Leonidas II's cruelty did not end with Agis IV's death. That terrible night, the monster of power ran wild. Agis IV's frail grandmother and his mother Archidamia, a staunch supporter of the reforms, were lured into the prison. They had come expecting to claim the body of their son and grandson, only to find him hanging from the beams as the iron door slammed shut behind them. Archidamia did not scream. She stepped forward trembling to straighten her son's tunic, then lay down peacefully beside the gallows and spoke to the executioner. "May this bring peace to Sparta." 3 members of the royal family perished in the darkness that night. With brutal thoroughness, Leonidas II eradicated the young reform movement entirely, locking Sparta away once more within the coffin of old, stagnant traditions. When the first rays of morning light pierced the mist and fell upon the marble thrones, Sparta appeared to return to its usual calm. Leonidas II had eliminated all opponents, placing both thrones firmly back under conservative control. His power stood at its peak. Yet history is full of bitter irony, shaped by the unpredictable echoes of fate. To eliminate any remaining threats, Leonidas II forced Agis IV's young, wealthy widow Aegiatis to marry his eldest son Cleomenes. He believed this political marriage would let him seize vast fortunes and keep watch over lingering reformist sympathizers. He never imagined that in the quiet nights they shared, the resilient widow chose not poison for revenge, but gentle words and Agis IV's unfulfilled ideals to slowly influence Cleomenes' young mind. Leonidas II passed away peacefully in his bed years later, convinced he had preserved the old world and emerged as a complete victor. But after Cleomenes III inherited the throne, the young man who carried Leonidas II's blood launched reforms even more resolute, far-reaching and radical than those of Agis IV. The ideals Leonidas II had spent a lifetime and countless lives to destroy were rekindled atop Sparta's ruins by his own son. The king who had walked the line between Persian luxury and Spartan austerity could never outwit the games of fate. The night is now deep. Winds still sweep across the plains of Laconia, carrying away royal schemes and the blood of idealists. Whispers of intrigue once exchanged in marble halls have long turned to dust in the depths of history, disturbing no one's dreams. Close your eyes, and let tangled intrigues and turbulent destinies drift away. Rest peacefully through this quiet night. Good night. In the ancient Mediterranean world, there exists a bleak metaphor for death. It unfolds not on a battlefield shrouded in yellow sand, but deep inside a cold inn in Alexandria, Egypt. Once a man who made the entire Greek peninsula tremble beneath bronze shields now holds a borrowed short sword, draining the last noble blood of the Spartan royal line upon the frigid marble of a foreign land. He did not fall amid charging ranks. Instead, he perished after a desperate uprising on alien streets that drew no support. His body was brutally stripped bare and hung beneath the scorching Egyptian sun, left for vultures to peck at. This is Cleomenes III, the most passionate, iron-willed and heart-wrenching last king in Spartan history. A madman who shattered the old order of his city-state with his own hands, yet also the only savior who nearly pulled Sparta back from the brink of doom. Tonight, by the glow of flickering flames, let us follow this tale and delve into the story of his life. Witness how this lonely soul, running against the current in darkness, burned away the last fading glow of sunset over the plains of Laconia through a resolute and ruthless coup. This is not merely a story of power and war, but a grand tragedy depicting humanity struggling, sinking and finally finding peace amid the overwhelming tides of fate. To understand Cleomenes III's near-fanatical fervor, we must turn to a secluded bridal chamber haunted by ghosts of the past. Back then, Cleomenes III was still a young prince. His father Leonidas II had just eliminated the idealistic young reformer Agis IV through cold court intrigue. To seize property and eradicate all lingering threats, the old king forced the young Cleomenes III to marry Agis IV's beautiful and resilient widow, Aegiatis. It was a deeply twisted union. The bridegroom's family had slain her former husband, and sorrow and bottomless hatred lingered in the bride's eyes. Yet fate bloomed strangely in the darkest corners. Through countless quiet nights on the plains of Laconia, the young couple never drew blades against each other. Instead, they talked softly long into the night. Aegiatis chose not poison for revenge. With gentle, restrained yet powerful words, she told her new husband time and again about the unfulfilled dreams of Aegis IV. She spoke of the purity of the age of Lycurgus, when every Spartan citizen owned land, of the dignity of equality beneath bronze shields, and of the sorrow of modern Sparta, corrupted and reduced to stagnation as wealth fell into the hands of a few wealthy nobles. These words took root like embers deep within the young prince's heart, filling him with an almost sacred admiration for his deceased political rival. When the old king passed away and Cleomenes III ascended the dust-covered throne, he looked out at the bloated elders who exploited their fellow citizens through usury, and icy resolve welled up inside him. He knew that gentle persuasion would only repeat the tragedies of the past. To save this terminally ill city-state, there was but one way: to wield a sharp blade and cut straight through Sparta's decaying flesh. The storm broke abruptly on an ordinary morning, without the slightest warning, in an eerie silence. Knowing full well that military power held the key to changing everything, Cleomenes III deliberately provoked border conflicts with Macedon and the Achaean League, leading Sparta's finest young warriors out of the city. On the battlefield, he disciplined the army with the harsh traditional codes of Sparta, reviving the warriors' ancestral passion and obedience within the bronze phalanxes. When the troops grew weary and camped in a valley not far from home on their return march, Cleomenes III judged that the moment hidden by night had finally arrived. He selected several obedient, cold-hearted loyalists and sent them back into Sparta under the cover of darkness, armed with weapons. It was the hour when the ephors, who held supreme power in the city, feasted on sumptuous dishes. Exquisite silverware and costly wine glinted in the candlelight, and long years of ease had made them oblivious to danger. The doors were suddenly smashed open. Spartan warriors swept into the banquet hall, and the dull thud of blades piercing flesh and the crash of overturned tables echoed sharply across the silent night sky. 4 of the 5 ruling ephors were slain in the ensuing bloodshed, caught completely off guard. Only one, badly wounded, barely escaped with his life by fleeing to a temple. By dawn, before the mist had lifted, Cleomenes III stood fully armed in the city's assembly square, faint traces of last night's blood still staining his boots. Commoners gathered timidly below, shrinking from his sharp, hawk-like gaze. Not a sound could be heard across the square, save for the low wail of the cold wind sweeping over Laconia. He offered no apologies or excuses. In a deep, resounding voice, he declared the ancient office of ephor abolished, for it had devolved into a malignant force used by nobles to oppress the people and hinder the city's revival. He then ordered the exile of 80 diehard conservative nobles and personally smashed the ancient stone chairs in the Senate, symbols of privilege and corruption. After these drastic measures, Sparta enjoyed a brief, miraculous twilight of prosperity. In the center of the square lay piles of deeds and loan documents seized from noble households. Cleomenes III set them ablaze with his own hands, the flames illuminating his resolute yet lonely face. He proclaimed all debts across Sparta forgiven. All lands of the city-state were nationalized and divided into 4,000 equal shares, to be distributed among every true Spartan citizen and worthy free man. That night, the ancient war songs of Sparta rang out once more in the streets. The poor wept and embraced one another, believing that the age of Lycurgus, which had once struck fear into the whole world, had returned. Cleomenes III even reinstated the rigorous common mess halls and Spartan education system. He wore no silk, ate no delicate food, slept on rough planks and drank the coarse black broth alongside ordinary soldiers. His austere example inspired an almost religious devotion among the troops, and Sparta's combat prowess returned to its peak overnight. The iron-willed king then marched north. His new-style Spartan phalanx advanced like a tidal wave of bronze, sweeping across the Greek peninsula and repeatedly defeating the mighty Achaean League, whose cities surrendered one after another. To the impoverished commoners of Greece, torn apart by extreme wealth disparity, Cleomenes III was no mere Spartan king. He was a god of the poor, bearing a spear to liberate them and redistribute the land. Standing on the ramparts of conquered cities late at night, gazing at the endless lines of campfires stretching across the distance, Cleomenes III may well have felt a flicker of pride, convinced he had reversed his nation's fate through sheer force. Yet he was blinded by victory. He failed to see that in the deeper darkness, the propertied classes across Greece watched him with bitter hatred and dread. The cruelty of history lies in this: when an idealist wields force to dismantle the old order, that order will unite and strike back with utter destruction. Aratus, leader of the Achaean League, a Greek statesman who had spent his life resisting Macedonian invasion, was utterly terrified by Cleomenes III's land reforms. To him, the Macedonian yoke was heavy enough, but the revolution that empowered the poor threatened to uproot the very foundations of all wealthy landowners. To extinguish the flames rising from Sparta, Aratus made a decision condemned by historians for generations. He invited the wolf into the fold, submitting to his old enemy King Antigonus III of Macedon and begging for Macedonian troops to march south and suppress Sparta. The tide turned in an instant. Macedon's elite northern cavalry and massive infantry phalanx advanced like gathering storm clouds. Other city-states that had once sided with Cleomenes III deserted him in the face of overwhelming power. Worse still, Sparta was inherently small. Endless wars had drained its already meager treasury, and Cleomenes III could no longer pay his mercenaries. One bleak autumn night, he sat alone by a dim lamp, staring at the nearly empty account books, his hands trembling. To raise funds, he allowed slaves to buy their freedom with large sums of gold, a desperate remedy that only brought temporary relief. His last hope for aid lay far across the Mediterranean, in the wealthy Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt. Ptolemy III agreed to provide gold, but on humiliating terms. Cleomenes III must send his own mother Cratesiclea and his young son to Alexandria as hostages. As his mother prepared to board the ship bound for foreign shores, the young king broke down in tears on the beach and held her tightly. But the noble Spartan mother gently pulled away. With calm and solemn dignity, she said, "Do not weep, my son. You are king of Sparta. Beyond these shores, we all belong to the city. If Laconia can be revived, what does it matter where we are sent?" The setting sun stained the sea red as the galley sailed into the vast ocean. All that remained for Cleomenes III was the endless sound of waves, and the decisive battle that would determine life or death. This was the final stand of Sparta's bronze soul, known to history as the Battle of Sellasia. In a narrow valley in northern Laconia, 20,000 Spartan hoplites under Cleomenes III faced a combined Macedonian and Achaean army of 30,000 men. It was a brutal melee. Fighting with their backs to their native mountains, the Spartan warriors fought with incredible ferocity. When their spears broke, they fought with short swords. When the blades dulled, they resorted to fists and teeth, holding back wave after wave of Macedonian attacks amid pools of blood. Yet victory in war depends not solely on soldiers' courage, but on betrayal and misfortune lurking in the darkest corners of fate. The flank commanded by Cleomenes III's brother Eucleides, posted on another hillside, was outmaneuvered and cut off by Macedonian light infantry due to tactical errors and poor communication, trapped in an encirclement. Standing on the command heights, Cleomenes III watched in horror as his brother's standard fell amid the carnage. Countless young men of Laconia were slaughtered, and in that moment, his heart died completely. A full-scale rout followed. Of the 20,000 warriors who had fought for Sparta's revival, barely 200 survived. An entire generation of Spartan men perished in the valley of Sellasia. When Cleomenes III rode back to Sparta with his remaining guards, the city echoed with weeping, and white funeral cloths hung from every household. The once indomitable warrior king returned blood-stained and ragged to his empty palace. Too weak to climb the throne, he leaned feebly against a cold marble pillar. His wife Aegiatis had passed away from illness not long before, his mother and child were hostages in a distant land, his brother lay dead on the battlefield, and the 4,000 citizens he had fought to empower now lay cold in their graves. A loyal attendant knelt before him, holding out a sharp short sword and begging him to die by his own hand like a true Spartan warrior, preserving his last shred of dignity. Cleomenes III stared at the glinting blade in silence for a long time, then slowly shook his head and let out a deep sigh. "To die at home would be easy," he said. "But I must go to Egypt. Even with the faintest hope, I will borrow gold to avenge Sparta." On a moonless night, Cleomenes III glanced back for the last time at his soulless ancient city. He turned toward the harbor and embarked on a path of exile paved with humiliation and uncertainty. The luxury and decadence of Alexandria were the cruelest torment for a displaced Spartan soul. When Cleomenes III set foot in the city clinging to his last hopes, he received devastating news. Ptolemy III, his former ally, had just died. The new ruler was Ptolemy IV, a young king addicted to pleasure, weak-willed and cruel. Amid the Egyptian court, filled with perfume, silk, eunuchs and endless intrigue, Cleomenes III stood apart in his simple Spartan cloak, tall and imposing with sharp eyes. He repeatedly requested an audience with the pharaoh, seeking to persuade him with his eloquence and military genius to send troops and funds. But to the pleasure-seeking Egyptian nobles, the fallen foreign king was nothing more than a dangerous brute. Days dragged by in hopeless waiting. Sosibius, a powerful minister close to Ptolemy IV, grew wary of Cleomenes, fearing his immense military reputation would stir up unrest in Egypt. Following a despicable frame-up, Cleomenes III and his 12 Spartan guards were disarmed and confined to a remote residence, more a prison than an inn. Outside their windows, Alexandria reveled all night long. Inside, 13 Spartan men endured suffocating silence. Staring at his weathered face in the mirror and listening to the quiet sobs of his mother and children in the next room, Cleomenes III finally understood. The Egyptians had never intended to help him. They merely watched the last dignity of Sparta rot away, as if observing a spectacle. It was midday in 219 BC, under an Egyptian sun fierce enough to scorch everything. Cleomenes III rose slowly and gathered his guards around him. The confusion of exile faded from his eyes, replaced once more by the terrifying resolve and fervor he had shown during the coup in the square. Looking around at his 12 brothers, who had stood beside him through countless battles and bloodshed, he spoke gently yet unyieldingly. "We are Spartans. Death may take our bodies, but we will not perish like beasts caged by Egyptians. Come. Let these cowards learn what true freedom means." What followed was one of the most tragic and absurd episodes in ancient Greek history, a desperate charge by 13 men. Catching the guards off guard during their midday rest, Cleomenes III and his men drew short blades hidden in their clothing, slew the sentries at the gate, seized their weapons and marched boldly onto Alexandria's bustling streets. The blazing midday sun shone down on their bronzed backs. Holding aloft his blood-stained sword, Cleomenes III shouted with all his strength to the Egyptian crowds. "Freedom! Citizens of Alexandria! Rise up with us! Overthrow this weak tyrant and reclaim your liberty!" Yet his cries were met not with roaring support, but with a deathly, despairing silence. Accustomed to submission under pharaonic rule, the Egyptian commoners stared at the 13 Spartans running beneath the sun with cold fear, as if watching madmen. No one stepped forward. No one offered a weapon. The great metropolis of millions became a lifeless tomb before these 13 souls fighting for freedom. Looking upon their numb faces, Cleomenes III burst into bitter laughter, the sound echoing through the empty streets, filled with the darkest mockery of fate. The royal guard and vast Egyptian troops closed in from all directions. Heavy footsteps and a shower of arrows blocked every escape route. "Brothers, it seems this land wants neither gods nor freedom," Cleomenes III said. He wiped sweat and blood from his face, turned and smiled at his 12 closest companions. The guards smiled back. Naturally, they formed one final Spartan circle, gazing at one another with deep affection. Without a single word, the last sons of Sparta drove their short swords into each other's chests on the indifferent streets of Alexandria, choosing mutual death to uphold their honor. When Cleomenes III was the last to fall to the ground, his gaze drifted past the glaring Egyptian sky. In his mind's eye, he saw the olive trees swaying gently across the plains of Laconia once more, and the tender smile of Aegiatus. After the blood of the 13 Spartans seeped into Alexandria's marble pavements, Ptolemy IV sealed this tragedy out of sheer cowardice and malice. To punish their defiance, he ordered Cleomenes III's broken body stripped naked and nailed to the city wall for public display. Later, deep within the shadowed palace, his mother Cratesiclea and young children were also led to the executioner's block as accomplices. Before her death, the elderly mother did not even glance at the gleaming blades. She simply held her trembling grandson close and hummed an ancient Spartan lullaby until blood stained her robes. History holds an eerie and peaceful postscript to this tale. According to Egyptian records, a few days after Cleomenes III's body was hung on the wall, a huge sacred serpent appeared out of nowhere. It coiled protectively around the king's head, shielding the remains from vultures and flies. The people of Alexandria fell to their knees in terror, crying out his name, believing the dead man was a hero favored by the gods, returned from the underworld. The exile they had ignored in life conquered this apathetic foreign land in death, through uncanny mystery. Yet none of this mattered any longer for the fallen Sparta. With the extinction of Cleomenes III's bloodline, the once mighty city of Laconia faded into nothing more than a cold name in history books. Night has now fallen completely. The wind still blows softly across the plains of Laconia, carrying away memories of ruthless coups, burning documents, and that hopeless charge on the streets of Alexandria. Ambitions, ideals, and sorrows that once troubled the whole Greek world have turned to quiet dust, disturbing no one's dreams. Close your eyes. Leave these heavy destinies to the ancient stone monuments. Rest peacefully through this warm, quiet night. Good night.